Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye to others, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So I hope everyone has a blessed weekend. Hey, Travis, thank you. Was that somebody sent me a message? Was that you? I forgot now as quick as I got out of it. And I'm not going to be on here long. Of course, you know me. I say shit like that, and it turns into 7 hours. But I just got off the phone with a friend of mine and he was wishing me happy birthday and all. And they're going to come and pick me up tomorrow. They want to do something for me tomorrow for my birthday. Yeah, happy anniversary. I absolutely believe that. So I'm just less young. I would agree with that. I thank you, Maverick. With folks that I've talked to, personally the last couple of days, I am so blessed to still be alive, and in the shape that I'm in. Although after I got done with chores today, I gotta tell you, this old man, he played knick-knack on his thumb. Anyway, that I but I took care of a lot of business in town today. I finally got my radio out so I could unplug the damn thing and hopefully the um, battery will quit going dead. Gray hair is just wisdom highlights. Yeah, my hair hasn't really turned gray, considering, which I thought by now it kind of sort of would. But anyway, um, it is my party and I can do what I want to. That's true, Maverick. But I just wanted to come on here and, now if you, I know it's not 420 or 820, but I'm like, I just wanted to get on here. I got a box over here that was sent to me for my birthday as a conglomerate from folks from the Soul Tribe. Now, um, I just don't have it in me to open the box tonight and go through all the presents. But I know that all of you out there, I say all y'all out there, in one way, shape, or another, have wished me a happy birthday. And I just want to say I'm very grateful for every single one of you. I know, you come and you hang out with me and happy birthday, Dave. That's it's okay. I thank you. I do. When I was thinking about some of the things that people wanted to do for me, I'm like, most of the time, nobody wants to do shit with me for my birthday. And I'm overwhelmed this year with people, wanting to do stuff for me, and all I really want to do is go kayaking. But nobody has volunteered that. Plus, the river's still high. Ooh, there's noises outside. Uh, Duggars. Hey, Travis, with y'all, I'd be nut. Without y'all, I'd be nuts by now. And I already, you already know I am, right? But to know you and have met some of you on, another show or something. And one of these days, I swear to goodness, I'm gonna figure out how to do to actually do a Zoom thing and then do it on YouTube. But anyway, but I want you all to know how proud I am that you're my friend or that you're friends with me or that you come and hang out or that you pay any bit of attention whatsoever. I'm so proud to know you all. And if you were at my house, we'd all do one of these. I missed my 20. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was a good one. Yakking on the phone and been in the backyard tonight with eating our plums. Ooh, I won't tell if you won't. I ordered a lightsaber and started making a Jedi costume today. proud to have stumbled across it all myself. Thank you, Travis. And y'all know my story enough to know that I was kind of pushed into doing this, starting a, a YouTube channel and talking about the subjects that I do. And going back to the time when, Brian Barnett was one of my first, um, I think it was number 7 on my subscribers, And I'm just so proud to have known him, even though I never met him. But each one of you, I've not met you in person, but I've met you. And I wish, my wish of wishes would be that um, we could all get together at some time and shake hands, give hugs, and, sit around the campfire. That would be so special to me. But I know, that with all y'all being in all different parts around the world, that's really not, a possibility. But here shortly, I'm going to do a fire outside, and I'll share my fire via the internet here. And maybe that'll work as far as sharing a campfire with you, even though we can't be together personally. They won't let me out of my. They won't let you out. And they got to come get me tomorrow. But I broke out of my cell today. I finally got that dadgum radio ripped out. Well, I put it back in because I didn't want a big hole in my dash, but um, I finally got it disconnected. So I've been fretting on that. I couldn't get up underneath it, and then today I couldn't find the right wrench to get the 2 little screws loose, and that was just weird. We shall see about remedying that here soon, as I can figure my way across that border. What border is that, Maverick? The border into Georgia? I swear some of these folks are just, plain plumb stupid around here, but it is what it is. So, but I wanted to come on here and just tell you all how grateful, honest to goodness, Scouts honor, how grateful I am to know y'all, and how grateful I am. Oh, Canada, yeah, 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 that Canucky thing, right? I've been to Canada 3 times, I think. I like the country. I didn't get a chance to really visit it because I was working. Uh, but I wanted to go up into BC when I was over in Seattle, but we just ran out of time. It was too far north to go. I'm just messing around. I don't live in a cell. Oh, come on now. Sure you do. But it feels that way sometimes. Yeah. I realized that I had self-imposed myself, but I couldn't figure out how to disconnect the thing of the radio and what my issue was. And I was under the dash and I was trying to figure it out. And finally, somebody said, why don't you check and see if there's YouTube video, Dave? And I did. Lo and behold, there's this guy taking his radio out, and I was like, holy crap. I think it took me 20 minutes. It took me 30 minutes to find a wrench and the handle to go with it, kind of thing. But, I took it out, unplugged the darn thing, and, shoved the radio back in the hole in the dash, and drove to town. I spent a crap load of money today. Um, I just thought of something. But anyway, I bought parts for my truck, which totaled about 170 something dollars. But a new air filter, and a new gizmo, and a new map sensor, and a new something else. So they were all expensive. I bought, somebody had swiped all my harmonicas. I had a harmonica in every key. Well, the price of them things has gone up. So I bought 3 harmonicas today, and it was damn near $60. But there it is. There's a video for you about everything. That's true, Maverick. But I don't know why I didn't check YouTube, because I got my book and I got my this, and I was like, how do you get this damn thing out? I know it ain't that hard, right? But anyway, it came out piece of cake, no problem. So, but today I bought my tags because today is my birthday now, officially. It's past 12 o'clock, but my time, actually, I got 5 minutes before. But anyway, harmonicas are fun. Yep. And people say, well, if you just get one harmonica, you can play in any key. Yeah, but not easily. Well, you just don't know how to play then. Okay. But, over the years, I've learned it was easier if the song was in D to get a D harp, then whatever you played was going to be pretty much in sync. If you're playing a song in G, you know, is G and you go to play the harmonica, you're going to be more right than wrong. And so I got a C, a G, and a D. I got the three major ones. For me, anyway. A B flat will be the next one because that's real blues in there. Hey, thank you so much, Chloe. This video is to thank you for being friends with me and all the other crazy folks that are on this channel. You wouldn't believe how hard it was to find a lightsaber. Oh my God, 2 days to find someone who had one I wanted. I'm just out of curiosity, Maverick. What did it cost you? Was it like really expensive, or was it reasonable? Or I'm just curious. But so on my birthday today, well, my birthday stuff today, I got my tags from a car or from a truck, and the trailer that I bought last year, they wouldn't accept the title for some dumb reason. Anyway, I went in today and had cheated. Don't tell anybody, but so now I have officially my trailer that I bought and put together from Harbor Freight, and it's official. It's got its own tag now. It's got its own title. It's registered, So for whatever that means, but I'm legal. I've been driving around with it with my other trailer tag, and so anyway, but um, $69. Holy crap! That sounds a little steep, but obviously you could have, you found it where you could afford it. So um, good on you in that respect. But anyway, and have fun with it. Are you getting? Obviously, it sounds like you're getting ready for some kind of event, like maybe Halloween. No, some of them are big money. Yeah, I bet you. You're talking about the lightsabers, right? Yeah, I bet you. So, but anyway, I got my tags. I got that all straightened out. I tried to pay my land tax, but it does. I can't get this. They've already assessed it and all that. But well, we can't do it because officially they don't come out until October the 1st. And I'm like, I'm standing here now. Let me give you more money. Here's another $400 that you're going to get from me in a month anyway, right? I was messing around at a rave with a LED staff. I want a lightsaber. The off-brand one has better effects than the brand one, named one. $1,000 for a lightsaber. Holy crap. For $1,000, the damn thing ought to cut off a limb or something. I'm just saying. Not that I want to hurt anybody, but you should be able to go through the forest and just whack trees down for $1,000. Is it really a laser? For that much money? My God, somebody get me a. Anyway, so I'm here being crazy. I went and did all my stuff today. Parts for the truck that were, desperately needed. Um, Fixing, getting the radio to not come on at top, Hacksmith does. Oh my goodness. I guess those kinds of, I used to be into those kinds of things. In fact, I've got some Star Wars memorabilia here that go way back. I've got a set of Star Wars walkie-talkies that have never been out of the package. How about that? Now, the reason was because I thought I bought them for my grandson, and I thought that because I live here in the woods and all, that he would come visit me one day, and we'd put batteries in them things, and we'd play walkie-talkie, and I'm not allowed to see my grandson. So, okay, but that's ironic. But okay, so if that's the case, where oh where? Hang on, I got distracted, obviously, because I'm got my head down the side of the thing. Some really strange, just weird things happen. And I got on the computer earlier today and was going to get online and possibly open up the box that y'all sent me for my birthday and everything. And the I had like 5 minutes left on the battery, and I'm like, what the hell? So I had to get everything undone and everything. Come to find out that, Lord have mercy, I'd pulled the plug out for some silly reason. I didn't know how that had happened. We should put those. Yeah, I thought about that. Those there's there's a tear on one of the packages. So it's not pristine, but they are still in the plastic. So there's a slight issue with the packaging, but they're still in the wrap. But I thought that at some point, for I hate to say it like this, but for whatever they're worth, what it was worth to me to save them for all these years was so I could play with them with my grandson. And lo and behold, um, you know, I'm not allowed to see him. So okay, but there are a lot of other children. There are a lot of other things. So yeah, there is a storage unit. All original Star Wars toys stacked. Oh my goodness! Keep an eye out for those auctions. Yeah, buddy. Absolutely. Um, Back in the day, I used to go around to auction houses and stuff like that, and I worked the flea markets on the weekend. Fridays, we'd go out to the auction houses and see what we could get. And I mean, we back in the early '70s, like '71 and two, we made a really, me and my buddy, we made a pretty good living off of it. We bought weed and bought wine and paid for stuff, and we were working also. So this was just sideline income, but man, the amount of markup. So I would buy a box at the auction house for $5 because it wasn't going back. It's got to go, right? Nobody would bid on it, so I did, right? First thing I saw was an old toaster when I got to the Saturday morning when I'm unpacking and putting it on the shelves at the flea market, right? I pull out this toaster, and a guy walks up and he goes, "I'll give you $10 for that toaster." Hadn't plugged it in. I said, I don't know if it works, sir. I said, I haven't checked it out. This is some new stuff we just got in today. And he goes, I don't care. Here's $10. I'll buy, So the box cost me five. So I've already made $5 off the whole box. And there was all kinds of other stuff in there. So, there were times that there were some really good deals in there. And then sometimes it was just junk and it ended up in the garbage. But some of that junk, though, came in handy because there were other people at the flea market that would come by and go, "Hey, Dave, I'll trade you this for that, or how much you want for it." And I never told him that I bought it was in a box of stuff for $5. Hey, you just don't say that, and you go, "Well, I picked this up, a neighbor friend of mine, and I said, I don't really know how much it's worth, but what do you give me for it?" you know and there were some things I had a price set for. Now there were some things I couldn't go less than, when you're dickering and bickering, right? Which is part of it. And so I remember that there was one item that could not go for less than 10 because I paid 8 for it or something, right? So my deal was we got to make a dollar or two off of every, if possible. So, but out of all the things that I got, we end up spending $15 on 3 big boxes of junk and make $50 the first day of just pulling stuff out of the box. Now I don't know about today. I tried doing some um, flea market stuff a couple of years ago, and it just didn't work. Uh, Keep an eye, flatten it out as best you can. Just a couple units. Corvette split window. Oh my God. Whew. Well, with any luck, the stuff that I got today, I got a new sensor, a throttle positioning sensor. Probably going to have to take the darn carburetor off, but okay. I got a new MAF sensor and throttle body thingy that's going to be in tomorrow. I forgot about that. I'm going to have to figure out how to go to Moultrie and pick it up, but it's already paid for. And a couple of other things. I got 4 sets of guitar strings. I've got 2 electrics upstairs and 2 acoustics down here, and they all need new sets of strings. So, hey, Amanda, how are? Thank you very much. Thank you. I didn't come on here to get birthday wishes. I came on here to thank you all ahead of time for all your love and and blessings that you all have given me over the years for being my friends here and subscribers and stuff. I know, it's like, well, my subscribers. Okay. I just consider y'all my friends. Well, how many subscribers you got, Dave? I don't know, but I got a crap load of friends. I don't look at the numbers. After we got done last night, well, Wednesday night, after doing the white buffalo calf woman story thing, which took a whole lot longer than I thought it was going to do, but there was some interesting information in there. Hello, XWWXXX7607464. I've not seen you around before. I don't remember, but welcome. Absolutely. Everybody's welcome here, unless they're a pain in the ass to everybody else. And then we go, "Nyeh." But I've never banned anybody. I've never, I've asked some folks that, if all you're going to do is argue with everybody in the chat, that, just go find someplace else. And my folks in the chat room will stand up for me faster than I will. I love you all. I do. I need 3 sets myself. Oh, I did not order some. 3 sets of what? I missed what your 3 sets. Oh, strings maybe? So my friend is my friend that wants to guitar strings. Yeah, I got you, Maverick. And I tried different kinds. There's Fender, D'Addario. What's the other one? Oh, and I got a new capo. Different style, and it's not what I wanted. Hey, David, greetings and favor to you right back. But it seems like I've been out of circulation like for 10 years or something. I went to Moultrie and, just doing my stuff. And I went up to this one place and I looked up and there's a freaking stoplight and it's a dead end, left or right. And where did this stoplight come from? When was the last time I was over here on this side of town, kind of thing? But anyway, Martin has got, this is their Martin package. If you can see that, it's very interesting how they're packaging guitar strings these days. The D'Addarios, which are that one right there. Now I have a tendency to go for the light strings, not the ultralight, but like the both of these have a I think. The E string is 12 thousandths. I've noticed that if it gets any lighter than that, they do have a tendency to break easier. So, and the other side of this, then for my, I got two different types of electric guitars upstairs, and so I got Fender Electrics for them, and a number nine, and this one here, this one's lowest. Is a '09. I mean, I'm sorry, it's 10 thousandths, and this one's like really light. It's 9 thousandths for the E string. So, but anyway, I'll be putting strings on the next couple days and tuning stuff up. Um, and I got a new capo because I was like, I used to have two or three capos, and folks that have played, and I have to blame some of this on my son because he really liked this one capo that I had. It was an old style that you had to, it swung around and clicked on, and big spring. But man, it, so now they got all these different styles and stuff, and I don't know where some of my things went to, and I don't know whether he like swiped them on purpose or swiped them to use them, and then got mad at me and never came back to the house. But between between extra capos that I've had and my all my harmonicas that were gone. I mean, I had one harmonica that was like $50, and it was almost 20 years old. So it had a little age on it, but it still worked well. Hi, Amanda. Did I say hi earlier? Or, but anyway, so today was buying some stuff. So, I quit bitching about, well, I can't play my guitar because it needs new strings. Okay, 4 sets. I can't bitch about that. And if my friend wants to play electric, I forgot, but I might have to find a. I don't know if I have a guitar chord, but that's really not hard to come up with. But so it's like when he comes over tomorrow, I'll get down my electrics and show them to him, and show him my little amp. But they want to take me to supper, dinner, or something. So since my other favorite restaurant ain't open, it looks like it's closed down for good. Uh, Okay, Amanda, that's okay. I can still say hi to you again. It ain't against the law. I'm the ruler here. I'm the king. I'm King David. I'd rather just be Hermit Hawkeye. But anyway, um, but yeah, I didn't get on here to hang out a long time or whatever. I was a little bit wound. I took a nap earlier because I just got tired quick, but I got a lot of things done. I'm proud of myself in that, and I was talking about this 30 minutes ago, in that I feel like I've been in prison, in a cell. But I mean, the prison is on the property, and me and Duggar get to go for walks and everything like that. But the idea, though, that I haven't been out and about driving around Moultrie or Thomasville, or just, or going to the river, or just, I haven't been out, right? So, mainly because of the damn radio issue with my truck. So, what seems hopefully that I have nipped that one in the bud. I'm now like, okay, so I spent money today to get the other issues straightened out. So I got to change the fuel filter and a couple of things. But with that said, um, I'm back on the road again, at least, short distances. So that's like, for me, that's a really good birthday present for me. So I put forth the effort. Now, I got to tell you, earlier today, actually, it was yesterday, earlier, I was sitting here looking out the window going, Lord, I need help. Get this old cranky body up and give me the strength to go into town and do what I got to do. Get some groceries and dog food and that kind of thing. But to the point though, um, it's 117. Is that what that says? 111. It's 111. Where's Michelle when you need her? But yeah, it is. So I'm gonna stay for the 20, my friends. Y'all pack you up one if you can, and do a birthday with me. And pass along to all the friends that 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 I know, that we know, or whatever, and tell them I said thank you. If they don't read this or watch this video, and for those folks who in the next couple of days, I'm going to be doing another video. I'm going to open the box that was sent to me and show all the presents. Thank you, David. Thank you. Um, and again, I'm not here to solicit. I'm here to tell you thank you, because in talking with the last couple of days, and talking with um, Robert after the show the other night, he was like, "You have friends all over the planet. You are so lucky." And I thought to myself, I said, it is. I am so lucky that I know people from all over this planet. Not so much in Russia or China, but I mean, they're different places, right? So, how special for a 69-year-old man who's a hermit in the swamp to have all these subscribers and all these friends to come and hang out with me in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? And I think that is so special for me. Now, y'all say, well, Hawkeye, thank you. I know. But for me, from my point of view, and from the strength that it gives me to keep going and not give up on certain days or whatever, is the fact that I get up every morning and I say prayers for everybody, and I go, my family out there on the internet, you know, my friends and family whom I've never met. Y'all better hit that like button. I choked myself up with that, but I don't ever ask you to hit the like button. I, but I saw it was like zero, and I was like, "That's okay. This ain't about whether or not the subject matter is likable or shareable." Delaney Pearl, howdy. I was thinking about you today, and I can't remember what. I fell asleep and woke up, and whatever it was, it got lost. Dog just farted. Oh, the dog sniffing it, huh? Yeah, Duggar's over on the bed over there, and uh he's got his head up on my pillow, so he's like, I was sitting here doing something earlier, and I heard this noise, and I was like, now what the hell is that? It was him snoring. I mean, he can cut a log, let me tell you. Oh, them. You know what? Knock on wood. Maybe it's what I feed Duggar, but he ain't cut nothing like that. Look over there and make sure. But here's the interesting thing: the few times that I have passed wind and he was nearby, he would get up and leave, and I'm go, dude. I mean, they're let out this little squeaker, just, and he's up and run he's run, and I'm like, I honestly, I mean, I don't smell anything. I mean, not that but it's like, oh, he's as soon as he hears it, he's gone. Now his previous owners had got some of them that will peel the paint. You too, Pearl. So, but it might be that, in his 2 years before he came with me, that when he heard that sound, uh, he knew it was time to run. But for me, I know I can cut one or two that smell real bad, but, Duggar, knock on wood, he hasn't cut any that have near blinded me kind of thing. It's 1:15. So on the 20 mark. And so my other present for me today is this Royby brush cutter. And talking and chatting with the neighbors, and wanting to get down in the woods for deer hunting. I just want to get back down to the river, but there's so much debris and stuff and brush and things. And so I've got Royby um, weed whackers, right? And I love them. I absolutely love them. I had one for 2 years, and it started to go bad, and I just went down. It still runs, but I just went down and bought a new one. But what I like about them most is all the attachments. So now I didn't know they had a brush cutter. I've got their chainsaw. I've got the attachment that is a tiller. I've got a chainsaw attachment. Plus, I've got a Royby chainsaw. And I've never, in 2 years of cutting wood with that chainsaw, I've never sharpened the chain. And it cuts like it's brand new. I don't know what they make their chains out of, but holy mackerel. And I mean, I've cut a lot of firewood over the years, and the idea that I could cut fire, and I'm talking about some serious hard oak, cuts right through it like butter. And I'm afraid to touch it with I'm afraid to touch it with a file. But anyway, so one could say, well, I bought all this stuff for my birthday. I really needed this weed whacker thing because I needed it in the woods. And I just so happened to be in town, and it was the day before my birthday. But um I think my big presents were the harmonicas I bought today. Thank you very much, Michelle. The three harmonicas that I bought cost, 50, almost $50. And the strings and everything, the strings are $10 a pop. So there's $40 right there with strings. But, so one could say, well, did you? Yeah, I wanted new strings. And yes, it's okay. Did I buy them because of my birthday? No, I bought them because I needed them and wanted them. But anyway, but this idea, though, I was so grateful this morning, yesterday morning. But this morning too, it's supposed to be like 52 this morning. It's chilly outside. I got the windows open and the fan in, and I I usually, am bare breasted during the day because it's been too flipping hot. And so yesterday and today, I've had to wear a t-shirt, which is lovely. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind being naked, but the idea though that, I'm finally comfortable in the house without any fans running. It is gorgeous. My prayer to the universe to for my birthday, what do I want? I want cool weather. It doesn't have to be cold, just cooler than all this nasty stuff we've had. And Lord have mercy, it's supposed to be clear for the next 7 to 10 days. Oh my goodness, OMG. So for me, I got my wish. It's cool. It's wonderful here at the house. I got parts of my truck. Thank you, lady. Oh, 1 minute. Thank you. I'm ready. So, but anyway, I didn't mean to keep y'all up. I'm going to try to get to sleep, and it does no, it does not digest properly. Good. The better. I bet you it is cold in Indiana. I mean, for it to be like 55 degrees now at this time of year is, it usually gets to like 60, 85 in the daytime, and it's out of the 90 region. And, and the humidity will drop some. 44. That's not, well, I guess for this time of year it is. So, y'all been listening to me. Hey, Tracy B. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This video is to thank you all for thanking me for wishing me a happy birthday. This video is for y'all. I'm just saying. 1 minute, it's a 20. 120 at 9/24, 2021. But I sincerely mean this. I wasn't going to get on here tonight. And my friend called after 12 wishing me a happy birthday and wanting to know about making plans for tomorrow. And so when I looked at the clock, I went, crap, it's official. I'm officially old. Now, I said that more in jest, but at the same point, I was talking with this one lady in the store today, and she has to check my license to buy cigarettes, right? And I'm like, I'm 69 years old. Tomorrow is what I said, and I'm still being carded for smokes, which I still get a big kick out of that. Other people are like, I get it. You need my license. Don't I look old enough? I don't need to get my license out. And people want to bitch about that. Me, I just open my little Percy thing and get it out and go. I'm proud that I'm proud to be an Okie from Muskogee. But the idea though that I just I am just so grateful I'm still breathing. I'm still grateful that I can share with good friends like y'all. I wish I could share in other ways, but so best way I can do is smoke if you got them. Let's share. My next door neighbors are going to have a party for me. Hey, Alexander. Yep, thank you, Alexander. We're doing the same thing. Yep, tomorrow's well, it's official. Today is my birthday, but yeah, yesterday was the cusp. But I get it. I'm 2 days in, but I've always considered myself a Libra because Libras and Virgos don't get along. Me and my pops were at it for a long time, and then uh, then I then I read that I was like, well, fuck, we're not compatible. I'm a Libra, he's a Virgo, and I'm on the cusp and can't make up my freaking mind. His was last week, the 19th, right, of September, and so I'm like, holy crap! But over the years, we learned to get along, and there were times when I'm like, pops wanted to argue that Virgo tendency kind of thing, and the Virgo, I'm sorry, the Libra always tries to seek balance. So, in the grand scheme of the universe, I'm like, he's going to be a Virgo no matter what. But since I got the tail end of Virgo, but I'm trying to be a Libra in all my life, then I've tried to find balance. So, and it seems to be for me to be Libra, even though I'm so close to Virgo, you can spit, you know. That truth, Virgo and Libra, difficult in relations. Absolutely. And me, me, myself, and I, right, being born on the cusp, you talk about art, and y'all can tell by the arguments that I've had with myself on, on live on video that, you can imagine what I went through as a kid, trying to this way, arguing with myself, it was pathetic. It was pathetic. I know a Pisces Aquarius because she's a trip. I have that damn idea in my hand every time anyone I just expect to get carded. Well, you're not a underage, are you, Travis? You're also a Virgo. Now I've known many Virgos along with my pops. He was a wonderful man, but there was just certain things that me and the Libra part of me just did not get along with him and his Virgo part of him. But over the years, like I said, instead of Tracy, I won't hold that against you. As long as you won't hold the fact that I'm a Libra, because the Libra uh, Virgo thingy, if Virgo's a virgin, I know why Libras don't get along because they're lovers. And anyway, they don't want to be virgins. I've never met a virgin Libra, but never mind. We mature virgins. Oh, oh, holy mackerel there. That was funny. I don't care who you are. Now that was funny. Oh, yeehaw! Happy birthday, Dave. But with my wishes, though, you know, I honestly, I'm like, earlier I'm driving with the dog and I, have disconnected my radio, so can't turn it on. So we're listening to the wind come through the window and driving around, and I'm looking at the crops and things. And oh, by the way, we grow a lot of cotton around here, right? So I'm driving through Colquitt County into Moultrie and went a couple of different ways. And oh my God, the cotton looks horrible. Oh my God, the cotton looks bad. I mean, the plants are like this tall with very spotty with, and the cotton bolls that when they open, they should open all the way and be this really big, you know, it's a bud actually. Um, and they're small, the plants are small, the fields look naked. I took a couple of pictures, but there were not many fields that looked good. Which was also interesting with all this rain we've had, they've had time to get in and defoliate this cotton. I mean, some of these fields ain't got leaf one on them. And now this is not even the end of September. So why, for me, and maybe just a little trivia for y'all, the ganja shaman, absolutely. I had a wonderful Libra woman. Probably should have kept that one. Yeah, meth life goes on. There have been some Libra women that I have met that say, "Well, I'm a Libra," and and I didn't want to be around them. They were just too self-centered. I mean, and there are some folks who say, "Well, if you're a Libra, you're always bragging about yourself and this, that, and the other thing." Well, I got my own show and I talk about stuff, and I know I go on and on about certain things. That's my brain injury, but um, I don't necessarily know if that's the Libra part of me, because from inside, I feel like I don't want to boast about this. There are some things, there are some things I just sometimes don't even want to talk about. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean, Burn? So, get your lifetime supply of Q-tips. Yeah. Never estimate a Virgo. That's true. What do you call 20? Wait, what? I got to see this. Hang on a second. What do you call 20 AAs in a field? I don't know. Oh, I see. It was Maverick that said, get your lifetime supply of Q-tips. Yep, basically. Um, and here's one of the things, just to, continue on a little bit about the cotton. I have talked about this before in some of the videos over the years. And these folks down here, oh, by the way, the peanut crop down here looks excellent. Oh my God. The fields and the rows, oh my God, they're going to have one hell of a peanut crop this year. Oh my goodness, they look good. I was worried they would get too much rain because the peanuts grow real close to the ground and they're subject to mold and stuff. But apparently, but oh my goodness. And I mean, hundreds and hundreds of acres I saw planted, meaning there are thousands of acres just on my way home on one road coming back from Moultrie. But the cotton now, so when the cotton is supposed to blow open and there's this big and literally kind of fold back out on itself, right? So I can't get my hand to do it, but you know what I mean. So the cotton explodes as a bud like this, right? And the edges of where the cotton boll opens is what is prickly and stickly, and so hand picking cotton back in the day, trying to pick it out of that group of stuff, it was very painful, and you'd be bleeding in no time, and then to try to pick the seeds out of the cotton without a cotton gin, oh my God. But so now, like some of the cotton that I saw in some of the fields today, that cotton is only good for Q-tips and to go in the tops of medicine bottles and that kind of thing as filler, because the some of these fields, they've planted cotton in them. I swear to you, for the last 35 years, I've seen cotton in these same fields. And there are certain trace minerals that the cotton's just not getting now. But those folks who rotate their crops, their cotton looks better. Just saying. And but so when it comes time to sell the cotton, if the cotton is really good, then it's sold for making clothes, which is like the premium. But if you're selling it for Q-tips, you're getting half price. But it's because the cotton fibers are too short. So they use the shorter fibers for other things, packing and, Q-tips and all. Um, but the longer fibers, depending on who's got the longer fibers, right, is what goes into, the gin and all, and it goes to making clothes. So one of the things that was interesting over the years is that there has been, because they keep planting cotton in the same damn fields and they haven't learned to rotate their crops, that they're finding that the cotton fibers are getting shorter. So what does that mean for us? It means that our clothes won't hold together quite as good. So um, is it here's the thing. I bought some jeans and had them for 6 months and there's holes in them. And I'm not crawling around or anything. I'm like, I don't wear, I've got some jeans that are, 20 years old that I still have that don't have holes in them. And I crawled around in them. So I don't get it. But so in discussing why would the jeans be at fault, it's because of the cotton fibers. They're using fibers that are not quite as long as they used to be. And so when it's woven together for thread and clothing and stuff like that, uh, the farmers need to rotate crops with hemp. Absolutely. They need to rotate them, period. But I agree with that. And Pearl, down here in Georgia, I have studied this along with some of the folks, other farmers around here, and they have been begging the legislature to allow them to plant hemp. Because here on my short acreage that's up here on the hill, right, most of my property is in the backyard in the swamp. But for what is open, it's really hard pan clay. But hemp grows really good in this hard baked clay because it's a weed, right? So I could easily plant an acre of hemp and get two, maybe three crops a year out of the hemp because it grows like a weed. You cut it down, you start up, it comes back up. You know what I mean? So it's like cutting the grass. So I could get extra income myself with this small acreage simply by planting an acre or two, and it would help supplement my income. I would don't have to have big farming equipment or whatever. It's a wheat. You're gathering it for its fiber, right? So anything that'll just cut it level, you don't want to chop it up because you want the fibers to stay long. But to the point though, so the cotton fiber is getting shorter. And if they grew hemp instead, but see, if they grow hemp, they feel for Georgia now because of the cotton. If you have hemp, then that's going to lessen the price of cotton. But these dumbasses are growing cotton that with really short fibers, it's only good for, putting in your ear or whatever, or your rear. Uh, anyway, padding, stuffing, that kind of thing. And a lot of padding nowadays is polyester and other stuff. Um, so why not hemp? If we can make clothes out of hemp because of the fibers and everything, we need to jump on it. What are you? What are you called living in Canada? As guinea pigs. Oh, you you can bitch this year. You voted. Wisconsin is flourishing now that CBD and hemp is legal now. I bet you. I've sometimes wondered. I mean, because here's the thing: Georgia, get this, quite frankly, has Atlanta. I mean, duh. I mean, all the ganja and stuff that's smoked in Atlanta. I mean, just saying, Macon, so there's enough people in this state um, that if they were to put it up as a referendum, we'd win. I mean, even old people like me that, would smoke a joint every once in a while, but they were raising their kids and they weren't really potheads, but they'd smoke a joint at a party. And now that they're retired and the kids are grown, it's okay to smoke. There's nothing holding someone back. They don't have any responsibilities or obligations. So, but this thing that, it used to be that old people just, oh, you can't smoke that pot. But we are the old people now. Officially, why it's a joke. Officially, I'm old. It's a joke. Officially in my brain, when I talked to one lady today, she said, "So I was at the store, and I said, yeah, my birthday's tomorrow, and I'm 69 years old, and you're still carding me. Great, and she goes, you don't look 69, and there was somebody else I was talking to, and they said, well, how old are you? And I said, 69. Nah, really? And I was like, oh, thank you. But, and several folks have made the comment to me that I seem to have gotten younger these last couple of years. And like, okay, maybe it's just my attitude. But for all the things that are wrong with me, I'm still moving around. I was so tempted to go to the river today, but no, I had to do these other things. But the river's still there, and if it's not going to rain for the next 7 days, and by Sunday the water should be down low enough, and the weather will be perfect. Time to go hit the river. So, okay, I'm good. It's close enough to my birthday, that Sunday looks like me and Doug are going to go to the river. But anyway, um, I really do think age is what you feel because many years ago, I was a young man and had all these quote deep thoughts and I felt old then. And now the older I've gotten and maybe wiser, I'm not quite sure sometimes. But at least I'm more, I'm more wary and I look at stuff and go, before I go jumping off and everything. All the weed is love, love. All the weed is love. I love that Tracy B. If it legalizes in Indiana, I'm farming. It's good for a bunch of stuff. It's good just to get high, just to get high. But I mean, like today, I packed a little bit in this bowl, and as I was going up the driveway, kind of thing, I took a couple of hits off the bowl, and I took it with me. Oh my God. But you just look at it, and I've got other tobacco and cigarettes. It's just my pipe, unless you sniff. But there's no other evidence of marijuana or bags or anything in my car or truck. I just pack some in here and I just smoke it or dump it out or whatever, and that's that. Um, and being an old person, I can get away with it. But um, back when I was growing it, and I think Michigan is like this, they can have so many plants growing at one time. Well, we grew a plant, all the plants in the bus were it's 5 foot tall. I mean, they grew right up into the ceiling and was growing back down into the light. That's that's how tall these things were. And they were in 1 gallon black plastic pots, nothing fancy. Sometimes when they got bigger, we put them in a 2.5 gallon, three um, um, size black pot. But anyway, we never went beyond that because of the way we had it. But to the point though, um, if I could grow 3 plants a year, if that was like legal, oh my God, I would have three of the bestest plants. You know what I mean, or a certain pound. But so the folks in Michigan, I love them folks in Michigan, Detroit. Um, been to Detroit several times and visited, automotive plants there. Visited the Ford plant in Windsor. I think there's a I'm sorry, a Chrysler plant in Windsor as well. But anyway, uh, in Canada. Um, it was strange. There's three businessmen that flew into Detroit, rent a car, and drive over the border into Canada, right? We get to the border, and my boss, who's driving, we're just along for the ride, right? Um, they ask him, so why are you here, right? Well, here's the thing. We had parts for a machine to fix a machine that we had sent parts to Canada. And so to try to get around any kind of uh, tax on tools or whatever that's coming in, um, that we were sneaking it in with in our not mine, but in their suitcases, right? So it's sort of like industrial espionage. Now it wasn't much; it was just a couple pieces of metal and a this and a that, and didn't they just looked like pieces of metal, but they were ready to go right in the machine. And so they're like, "So what are you doing here?" And he was like, "What?" And he hesitated. And the next thing I know, this like pull over there, and we got these Canadian folks coming out and going, "All right, you guys stand over there." And I'm like, "Oh, holy shit!" Now for me, I was on a bunch of medicine at the time. So I had all my medicine, but it was all legal, all up to date and everything, all in one place. And I'm thinking, oh my God, they're going to find my meds. I'm going to get busted. They're going to, oh my God. And I was like, Donnie, what the hell? And he goes, well, I had parts to that machine in my luggage. And he said, they said, where are you staying? And he goes, and that was that. So for 30 minutes, they tore the car apart and did all this other stuff. They patted us down. And it was like, why? Have no idea. I mean, at the time, my hair was short. I was all neat and nice and tidy and clean cut because I'm an engineer, right? Now I'm kind of a slob, but I'm a hermit slob or a slobbery hermit. I do slobber sometimes. That's true. But so anyway, it was just odd that they went through all this trouble because he hesitated. Was there a bomb? It was a rented car. Where are you going? Well, we're going to go. We're here on business. We're going. We're driving to Toronto. Well, why didn't you fly into to Toronto? Right is always the question, and that's because if we were carrying something, everything had to go. Oh, customs. That's the word. So all these parts would have had to go through customs, and they'd had to pay taxes on it. I was wearing my root roots hat earlier. Detroit is a yes, it was a wasteland back when I went in like 2003, 4, 5, somewhere in there. Well, went a couple of times, but it's just amazing just how many of those automotive places. Here's the thing that pisses me off, you know. So Detroit making cars and all that moves across the river into Windsor. Chrysler, old plants falling down, new plant, Windsor. Ford, empty, fallen down, wrecks of plants in Detroit, across the river, brand new Ford plant. So it's like up. So they wouldn't do it in Detroit because it's cheaper to buy it, have it built across the river, and then import it back into the United States or have it. Holy crap, And then Detroit looks like it does. What a shame. Oh, American automobiles, you know, put Americans to work, right? So, one of the smart things, for example, I'm all over the place right now, but up in Georgia, up around LaGrange, the folks from Kia came over and said, we would like to, import cars into the United States, but, coming across the ocean and all this stuff, it's too hard. We want to build a plant, and they chose Georgia. So there's a big Kia plant in Georgia. So people say, oh, the people, Kias are made by them damn Koreans. A lot of them are made right here in the United States, and a lot of them are made in Georgia. And the folks who work for Kia are very proud to have jobs and be working for automotive and that kind of thing. So this idea, America went to Canada to sell cars back to Americans. They closed great big Ford plant in Atlanta, out by the airport. Just that's where they made the Taurus. So could they have built another car truck there? Yeah. Did they retool it? No. They retooled Canada and built Chrysler built the big engine plant down in Mexico. So took all the work, took all the stuff, put it in another country, and then we have to import those same parts and stuff back into the United States. Ain't that freaking stupid? But anyway, but enough of that. So we look at the world today, and it's so convoluted. And in my lifetime, to talk as an old man, Kia was to make an affordable, reliable vehicle everyone could afford. And my friend Marso just passed away. She had three Kias, okay? And she literally drove well, she had a van that she had just purchased about a year ago. And, but the one she had before, uh, other people ran into her and wrecked them. Um, and but as far as running and serviceable, and she never had anything break on them until she got run into sideways. They fixed the car; it looked great and everything, but it was never right. But people say, "Oh, those Kias, they're all this and that, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah." Well, the people that I've known that have had them and have treated them with respect, some of those cars are still running. So this idea that Kias are inferior vehicles, I mean, and that they're made overseas, well, check the sticker. That maybe it may be that it was made in Georgia. Now, some of the parts may be made overseas, frame parts or something, big. If they have a steel mill, for example, and they want to, there's a plates underneath that you get welded or bolted or riveted together or whatever. And so it could be that there's a place in China that's just making these one particular parts, right? And I mean, they could stamp the crap out of them. So they stamp them, stamp them, stamp them, stamp them, and them they can ship over because they end up just being piles of metal. So, but then those piles of metal are shipped in, and then they turn them into the car. So a lot of steel, a lot of stuff. China's been buying a lot of, several years ago, I got rid of a lot of scrap that was in my yard. Oh my God, what a mess. And, cars, I still got a car down in the woods that I would like to get rid of. But trees have grown up and I can't get it out at the moment. But anyway, um, the price for scrap metal went up. Now, only a penny or two a pound, but when you're talking about price over with a ton, so China was buying up every piece of steel they could steal from us, and it was being shipped overseas. And somewhere along the line, somebody said, wait a minute, why is all of our scrap steel going out of the country? I mean, well, we got a lot here. There's still more out there, but that's not the point. If you think about the 1 million tons of scrap steel that went to China to be melted down and then reused for whatever they're reusing it for, maybe they're building tanks, for God's sakes. Seriously. So we're sending, oh, but it's scrap, but it's still a resource. I mean, right now, aluminum's 52 cents a pound. And my walking sticks, what, for scrap steel? Am I making walking sticks? I've got some, yes. If I knew that somebody, here's the thing, I would like, my walking sticks are pretty much just natural with a little, sometimes I oil them, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just use my hands to oil the walking sticks with. But yeah, and I have some trees that must be cut down. They're about yay big around and they're in the way. They're underneath power lines. They got to be cut down. There's some of them that came up this spring that are right on the edge of the driveway. There's another one like, 6 inches away from it. And they can't live there together and they're too close to the driveway. So they got to come down. I just been waiting for cold weather. The last I knew, it was under 20 a ton for scrap steel. Yeah, scrap steel was like about 11 cents a pound at its highest, which for us, that was like, whoa. But then it dropped to like 8, just boom, nosedive. China quit buying it for whatever the reason. And I think that, but see, that was during Trump time. I think Trump put a halt to it and said, no, we're not sending, I'm sorry, let's keep that scrap. We can make, all kinds of shit with that scrap. Literally, if we send it back to the steel mills and let them remelt it and smelter and all, they can make cars here for us. So why send, but it's scrap. See that word, scrap. Yeah, but during World War II, my grandmother told me stories about how everyone saved their cans. You didn't throw anything away. They had collection state, for the tin and oh my God, So it's like in World War II, we needed every piece of steel and tin and all we could get our hands on. Not that we're at war, but to the point though, if we send all of our resources to another country, for whatever reason we might need it, it ain't here anymore. So, and I don't know how much ore is still left in the ground in places where they still mine iron ore. But to the point though, if if the steel that's already here, I mean, Detroit's full of old steel. They could go in and scrap a I'm guessing, but from what I saw driving around, they could scrap a third of the industrial area. And there's plenty of steel there. So can we still recycle and are there still things that could be torn down and old? Yes, absolutely. But to the point though, why China was hot to trot after all that steel is just scratch your head. And whether they were told you can't buy anymore and the price plummeted or whatever, but keeping an eye on all these weird things, you go, well, what's that got to do with well, it is just interesting. But, you know, 70 some years ago, every person in America looking for steel and they didn't get anything for it. They took it in because it was the American thing to do. It was their patriotic duty to collect steel and so because of the war effort. It was their duty, you know. Now, folks, well, and for at 8, I think it's about 8 cents a pound. now, which I don't know what that is for ton, but 8 cents a pound now. Um, so folks ain't scrapping much. You know what I mean? Copper, on the other hand, copper thefts. Um, one of the things could be argued. One of the things that years ago, when I put in my I've got plastic pipe almost everywhere, and people said you can't run plastic pipe, and I was like, well, it was new, right? You know, well, the plastic pipe and this and that. Okay. Well, what if it ruptures and what if it this and what about the plastic bleeding into the water and the thing? And I was like, well, people are getting sicker off of some of the stuff that grows inside of old galvanized pipes. And there are people who still use galvanized piping up to the house versus plastic. And then they use copper. Well, the dissimilar metals aren't good for each other. So they always create a leak somewhere down the line, especially on the hot water side of different metals and expanding and contracting from just the water running through the line. The water's running through a copper line will set up a minute charge along the pipe. Now, um, back in the day, I could, because I was laying on the ground under the house. There were times I could touch the pipe, and it felt like a little bit of a shock. And I was like, "Zoop, okay." But that's also where um, electricians and folks will clamp to a piece of metal pipe for your house as a grounding rod for whatever it is they need to have grounded. Uh, you know, now the electric code requires, like outside my door over here, where the thing is, the line that comes into the house for the phone line, there's a ground rod there, and I literally had to concrete over it. It's very um, thin, but I got a ground rod sticking up, and it's this unruly thing over here by the door. The cats love to play with it and make noise in the middle of the night. Armory, armory supplies to attack us. Yep, all that metal. That's $160 a ton. Is that what it is? You so smart, Travis. But anyway, so how I got into talking about this and all this other stuff, I got stoned. But to the point though, I've stated for years, I would pay $500 a year to buy a license in order to smoke weed. You know, oh, I wouldn't do that. That's too much. Look, $500, and that's your get out of jail card. And you're telling me I have thousands of dollars I have spent because I got busted, time in jail, all this stuff. Good jobs I've lost because of my quote felony possession of barely over an ounce of weed. Oh my God, I'm a felon. I can't own a gun. I can't do this. Oh, fuck. Here's another thing. Some of these counties, the sheriffs and relatives and stuff are growing it. Okay. And so it's sort of like some of these counties back in the day, it's still today, where there are moonshiners. And because the people in the county like the moonshine so much, they just don't pay attention to them, because they might even buy them a little quart on the side themselves. Tradition, right? But then them damn revenuers come in, like for me, I wasn't busted by the Colquitt County Sheriff's Department. I got busted by the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The county guys were like, "Man, we know you're harmless down here," you know. But them GBI guys were throwing me down and doing all this. The county guys, sheriffs, they were very polite and nice and the whole thing. So, but I'm hoping and praying that if we continue on with positive attitude and they see the value of money in this. Oh, I see how we got there. I was talking about We were talking about hemp. Yeah, I would clear an acre out to grow hemp in a heartbeat, in a heartbeat because of the extra income, not so much because it's hemp, but the extra income. If you run wire around the pipe like and run a current through it, it creates an ionizer effect that stops the buildup corrosion in the pipes. It depends on what's in the water. But anyway, I agree with you. Um, had worked with that with my dear friend Serge, who passed away last year too. It's been a year since he's been gone now. But he was the king daddy of water and that kind of stuff. He was working with um, cleaning water up with ozone. He 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 bought parts from other things and made his own ozonator. It was great in a in in an old barn in the swamp like me. So sometimes creative things, right? Like I was when I was up in Ohio and at the airplane museum, and in my pictures on the thing, um, it, I took pictures of the engines, and what surprised me was the engines that they had at the turn of the century. Because I know what it's. I've been a machinist, so here are these engines that you can like reach out and touch, kind of thing. And actually, they're under glass, but you could still, they're right there. And I look at it and go, who, it looked like they had a CNC milling machine, okay, a three axis, milling machine. The way these things looked, so polished and beautiful, and their original equipment, right? And so some of these guys in the backyards up in different places, the engines were built, but they were building engines, guess what? To test how to make variable speed propellers. So there were people that this one guy built a couple of engines and just put them on a frame. He never intended to fly the things, but his interest was in propellers. So he built an engine to test propellers. I mean, like, it's insane. So his design is a one of a kind, but but it produced 40 horsepower and it weighed, X amount of pounds, and it was built in 1912. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, he built this in a barn back of his house. Where did he get the tools? How did he how did he pour the metal? Where did he get the castings from? I mean, I'm just telling you. Pistons, how do you build a piston? 1912, 1914. What? I'm still impressed. Of all the things about the airplanes and everything, the ingenuity of the people at the turn of the last century in barns and sheds and stuff out in the country. Well, now we have 3D printing machines and stuff like that. Well, and people are creating stuff. That's cool. But I'm just saying, try to build a car engine in your barn using only the stuff they had in 1912. I'm just saying. And have it turn out as well as these engines and the parts and stuff that were the propellers and things that were on these airplanes. I mean, if a propeller is going to turn X amount of if it's out of balance just a little bit, it'll shake that plane to death because it has a tendency to want to wobble like the earth. Oh, by the way, the moon is like overhead, and we have wobbled down this way because of the way Jupiter and Saturn look. They're higher in the sky too, by the way. 1,100 bucks for that ozone water treatment system. Wow, ozone. It's sort of an ionizer kind of thing, and it. Here's the thing: the water ran through a clear tube, and the ozonator was around the glass tube, so it never touched the water. Okay. So whatever he was cleaning up, I mean, industrial waste is what he worked on. So, they would send him a 5 gallon bucket of industrial waste and say, here, figure out how to clean this up, that was his job. So, but we'd be out there smoking weed and testing different things, and he came up with his ozonator. And so, as he filtered it out other ways, there were still some contaminants, precipitate the solids out. And so he wanted to, without going through this huge, you know, reverse osmosis, which I've worked with that too, and some of um, the technology with reverse osmosis. And he was in, as an engineer, he was in that stuff in the late 60s and was hired by the DuPonts to work on some of that stuff. But anyway, so he's like, I don't want to run this thing through reverse osmosis thingy because they're too expensive. I'm going to try to figure out and the space and all this. So he started tinkering with this, and the water that came out on the other end looked really good, considering it was industrial waste a few minutes before. You know what I mean? So the contaminants are out there, all this other stuff. So it's like, but it never touched. It never the ozonator part was around it. And I'm trying to remember, there was some kind of configuration he checked, and it's used for entirely something else, right? But the water came through a, a to try to drop out more sediment along the way, kind of thing, right? So, and so before it got to the ozonator, he wanted anything that might be floating or whatever to just be skimmed, dropped, or filtered out, and then any small molecular type of stuff that you couldn't see that might not have fallen out of the water, it went through the ozonator. It's just really cool. Now I don't know if they still have it. Oh, are we here again? I was only going to be here for 30 minutes, and I told y'all, and here I am talking about this crazy stuff. Sweet, I'll definitely look into my water is toxic here from a galvanized. Yeah, buddy. Travis. And for y'all, okay, let me give you a quick uh, discussion about a solar still for water. Okay. Now, you build a box like a window box, rum butter mix out of the remaining water, and then make mushroom tea with it. Oh, wow. Um, but years ago, back in the late 70s, early 80s, when the dreaded Jimmy. Now I still think he's an honorable man, but Jimmy Carter. A lot of people still hate his guts, and it's like, but he's done for humanity. Just outweighs anything the other done son to bitches. But um, sorry, you know he lives up the road from me, and he's a peanut farmer, and I'm sorry, but there's a lot to be said about that. So um, back in the day, there were people who were seriously looking into, and the Chinese were having problems because of getting clean water to drink. So it's like, is it LaGuardia or something? Or anyway, there's worms and things and stuff, even in a clear stream, that ends up from deer and bear and squirrel and chipmunk poop, right? And whatever else. So the water is pretty clear, clean, whatever, but it's still got some contaminants in it. So now you can build a small box, a 4x4, or you can use a 4x8 sheet of plywood, and get you a larger area. Now, a simple way that they taught us years ago in survival, if have a piece of plastic or find a piece of plastic or something, right? You don't have any clean water. Okay. So you dig a hole this deep. Okay. And clean it out, whatever, keep it stable if it wants to fall in or whatever. So, and you put a cup in the bottom of the hole. Then you take and put a piece of plastic over the hole, and you put a little dirt around it. Try to keep the dirt out of the water, and you put a penny or a small rock in the middle of the plastic over the middle of the hole, just so that the plastic forms a cone. Now, if there's any moisture at all in the ground, the sun comes out, shines on the water wants to come out of the ground. It hits the plastic, comes down to this one point, and drops into the cup. Clean water, because nothing else can go with it. It's only water that's evaporated and then condenses with the plastic and back down into the cup. Simple. Most folks, like if I got stuck on the river or something like that, and I know I shouldn't drink the river water, I could take the river water and sterilize it, with a small solar still. Now, the still is nothing more than a box, okay? 1x4 framed out with a piece of, um, plywood for the back, okay? Now, there's been several folks I've asked about this, and there's like, yeah, but I would still wonder though. I wouldn't use a pressure treated piece of plywood, but I would paint the side that's going to be on the inside of the box with a good enamel, so that a good enamel will allow the water to run off and it won't permeate into the wood and that kind of thing. So I would paint the plywood first and then assemble the box on top of the plywood. But then on top of so you got a 1x4 frame around a piece of plywood. Simple, right? Maybe a little backing, because what you're going to do is you're going to put it out in the sun, and however big it is, you make a frame. Still want to boil that water. No, it, depending on where you're at. Now, if you're, down here around in the swamp, there's clean water that comes up out of the swamp. You know, the only thing is in it is heavy stuff. I wouldn't worry about, I've looked at it under a microscope. But my point is if you're starving or you're dying of thirst and you're like, I won't drink the water out of the pond, but I will put that water in a solar still. Now, here's the thing. So, black burlap is used over the back, over the bottom of the box, okay? And then at the bottom of the box, it's tilted sideways. Is it time? No, 5 more minutes. So there's a hole at the top with whatever, device. Now, we simply had because it was a small solar still and we were practicing, we had a 1 gallon container, basically a Clorox bottle turned upside down with the bottom cut out. So you poured the water into the system. It went across a piece of pipe all the way across with holes drilled in it, and it just leached into the burlap. So you soak the burlap with the water. The burlap acts as a catch and the filter, okay? Black burlap, black insides, pointed at the sun, it evaporates the water. Now, at the bottom end of this thing, the water is collected off of the inside of the glass, and it runs out separately. There, you make a little trough at the bottom, so the water comes in. The inside of the window hits it, comes out. It's very simple. So some of these solar stills in countries where they have zero, clean drinking water, all you got to do is pour the water in, and on a good hot sunny day, and we had a solar still hooked up. I think it was in October, and it was chilly that day, but the sun was out. So the temperatures we had inside of the solar still in the wintertime was still hot enough to evaporate the water, and it was slower, but we still got clean water out the back end. And people still say, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but this and that. We have similar interests. I studied the solar. Yeah, I built one. Actually, built a couple of them because we went on display through Jimmy Carter and the Department of Energy back in the day when it didn't include nuclear waste, but it was all about saving energy and about finding different ways. And Jimmy Carter, he's the bad president who created the Department of Energy. We've got a lot of good stuff out of that. I'm just saying. But so now with the different now, here's my thing. Some of this swamp water is just swamp water. You know what I mean? So I don't see anything wiggle in it. I've looked at it under a microscope before, and I don't see anything in it. Now that doesn't mean that there aren't some kind of um, some chemical bond or something. Okay, I've been drinking rainwater now for the last 10, 15 years. Uh, I'm not dead yet. You're drinking rainwater? Yes. Big tanks, two of them, drinking rainwater. Me and the dog and the animal, rainwater. I'm supposed to be dead. It's supposed to be contaminated. It's supposed to be. But here's the thing with stuff. A lot of chemicals are volatile at different temperatures. T minus what? Okay, 2. So if I were to build a solar still now, there are certain contaminants and things that have been added to the atmosphere. Now, the nearest cotton field is at least a mile away. So I'm not worried about any of that, like right on top of the ground kind of thing. And they usually spray it with tractors or right across the top. So it's not airborne at high, in high volumes. Now, the spray that's on the plants can get picked up on the wind and the vapors be carried. But um, if it's all bad. Now, I live out here in the country. I can't tell you that I would use rainwater to drink straight out of the tank. But what I know about water sedimentation, so anything that's heavy, anything that's heavy, eventually will precipitate out. It'll drop out and settle towards the bottom. So the idea of using the burlap as your catch material, as your filter, if it's heavy, it's not going to evaporate. Now, if it's a gas that may be somehow attached in the water, dirty water, like we used to get and work with, um, it will simply heat up in the solar still and evaporate of itself. It won't rebond with the water. So this idea that, now I'm not saying that it is 100% pure, because it depends on what you're putting in, depends on other conditions. But will it be a whole lot cleaner than other stuff? You betcha. you know I would much rather drink out of a solar still than some of the bottled water. Oh, there's me and them plastic bottles, right? I'd rather drink out of a solar still than to drink water out of a plastic bottle. It's a 20. Cheers, everybody. So, Travis, I am not arguing with you, but I will say this. At the time that we built the first ones, the water was good. Okay. It was tested and all that kind of stuff. The water was good. But once you build it, and if you paint it right and take care of it, then this solar still the only thing. Now, if you've got a if you've got muddy water, I got swamp water, right? I don't have anything else. My pump's burned out. Now I got a bucket I can drop in my well and get water out. But I mean, if that had happened, I'd go down here in the back. The first thing I would do is allow it to settle. So if I just scooped it out of a mud puddle hole, the first thing I'm going to do is allow it to settle. And then you skim off the top. And then what you skim off the top. So all the heavy things, quote, metals, depending on how they are, um, you know, so for some of us, for example, you pour up your water days in advance, right, in a plastic milk jug, and then you allow whatever's in the water to settle. So when you go and say, okay, you can look on the outside and go, well, there's the mud, there's a line of mud down there. All right. So then you siphon off, which is the best way, versus trying to pour, because if you try to pour it, then you're going to remix some of what settled back into the water. So you siphon it off to leave a little bit at the bottom. Okay. So, but we're talking about you don't have clean water. What do I do? That's it. So one of the things that was sort of a rule of thumb back in the old days is that a 5 gallon bucket with some charcoal in it, some rocks at the bottom, and a couple of holes, and fill it full of sand, not dirt, but sand, like play sand, and percolate your water through the sand. And it was said that 1 foot of sand will clean water, blah, 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 blah. So if you make it orange, there's a better chance he will see it. Orange what? Fire in a hole. Oh, look here. It's always a pH. Like I'm a battery at this point. Oh my God, that's a. And I have a tendency to be a little bit too acidic. And I'm in my coffee, for example, I always put a sprinkle of um, a pinch of baking soda in my coffee before as it's brewing. So, but anyway, but to the point though. But so this thing about water. Now, because I live down here and because I don't have there aren't any smokestacks or anything like that, I haven't been concerned about the water. I haven't had it checked, but recently, but years ago, my friend Serge, he said, "You drinking that water?" And he goes, "Well, let me run it through a thingy." I was like, "Okay," and he couldn't find anything in the water. So it was like, "Go ahead, drink it," and I have been, it's refreshing, um, and it stays. Interestingly enough, now it's insulated because these were industrial tanks that they were throwing away, and we brought them home. And he had them for what he was working on, and then he went to Mexico, and I brought him home, and been collecting water in them ever since. They call it alkaline water. It's a it's big money apparently. Yeah. Well, see, and these tanks had an alkaline substance in them to the point of like a pH of like 5. I mean, it would burn you, right? So I was like, well, Serge, I'm going to put rainwater in it. He goes, as soon as the rainwater hits this stuff, that 5 will turn into a 6 or a 7 quick, you know. And that's like the initial wash it out. And I've tumped them over and literally crawled in these things. They've got a manhole cover at the top. So these are big son bitches. Um, and Right now, I don't have the one hooked up. I want to drain it down so I can put it up on the hill. And but I want to use the water also to dig this well in the back. And I'm hoping, praying I can get somebody to help me for a couple of hours to use my little setup and put another 10 foot of pipe down in the ground for my shallow well downstream, because it doesn't have any clay in it like the one up here. Well, 35 years ago, I dug a hole in the ground and there's been a little cave in, but the water's still good, right? But the water down here would be tapped into a large air, a large pool of water that sits under the swamp, and I'd tap into it, and that water's clear. It is good. We've gotten water out of it before. We ran several uh, all along the property back here in the back. I've sunk wells, and about 20 something feet down, you hit this layer, and when you bust through it, water comes back up the pipe. Clean water. Oh my God. So, but anyway, it's filtered by the swamp. It's filtered by the clay and the sand that makes up the 20 feet that's got water underneath it. But anyway, big pools of water under there. And how do I know this? Because, test drills and holes, and also having dug the hole myself up here and seeing all the different layers and strata that are in the ground. you know. But anyway, here, thank you all for visiting with me. And, when I get home tomorrow evening, I know Andromeda 7, they do a show on Fridays, and I don't want to interrupt with any of that. But tomorrow evening, if I haven't passed out from just being tired and doing other stuff, and maybe just, smoking a little too much, we'll see. Most days I try not to get like uber stoned. It's just not worth it. I just want to catch a good buzz, and that's that, right? Uh, I think I drink water straight from a vortex. I just fill jugs. Yeah. Throw silver coins in the bottom, make it colloidal. The bacteria won't grow. If there's no bacteria in these tanks, it's amazing. And there's like this much space at the bottom of the tank. So the pipe that comes out of the bottom of the tank is here, and this is the bottom of the tank. So whatever sediment or anything settles right on past the outflow pipe, right? And so, but as far as the water and anything like that, I've checked the water at the top of the well. You dip in, and check the water coming out. There's nothing growing in it. It tastes good, and okie doke. And I use it for my coffee. So it does get heated, but as far as there being anything living in it, I pour it in a glass and check and do all the things. Now, I can't find my microscope. So one of my things, maybe, quote, maybe for Christmas, I'm going to get a microscope and some slides, because I know certain things. I want to be able to look at my water closely and see if there's anything swimming around in there. But there are also places that I can send off to see test the water. But see, if here's the thing, not the toilet, right? No, and one of the things that some people are like, you do what? I've hand washed clothes because I don't have a washing machine, okay? And there's only me and the dog, but it gets difficult washing sheets and stuff in the sink, right? But anyway, but I'm always washing something on a daily basis so I don't get a pile up, right? So t-shirt, okay, done with it. All right. Uh, Toss it in the sink, wash it, and hang it on the line, right? So, but the wash water then is what I flush the toilet with. So I don't have to use fresh water or rainwater to flush the commode. Well, what you do that for? Well, so when you look in the bottom of my toilet, it's dirty water. Why? Because I washed a shirt or underwear or whatever, uh, pillowcases this afternoon and something else. Anyway, but so the water, it's just got dirt in it. That's all. But I'm gonna poo in it anyway, right? So such a funny movie. What's that? Further we get into, the more reality reminds me of Idiocracy. I don't remember seeing that. Hmm. Idiocracy? Okay, that sounds cool. But anyway, so one of the things in my effort, which has become a way of life, um, is that I won't misuse water. Now, back in the day, before the cave in up here and the water's got too much clay in it, it would stop up the toilet and it ran all the time. So, and the other thing is I was barely had water anyway. So I wasn't flushing the commode with fresh water. We were needing it for washing ourselves and household stuff. It was on. We were in strict, uh, you know, drought conditions, and so 3 or 4 gallons of water a day. That was it. Plus we brought water from different places. But this year we've had so much water. It's just it's crazy. But to a lot of other people, water is an issue. And one thing I've talked about it before, but I'm in my coming years, I'm hoping, not just for my saying, but maybe to bring more discussion to it, is the use of gray water, that's being sent into septic systems and everything. I think that gray water should be separate from the septic system. It can go in the it can go in the septic tank, or like some house designs that out west and stuff. Uh, the gray water literally goes into a like an aquarium, and it filters itself out and thing this and that, and it's amazing what the gray water from washing, or what, not pooing but washing, right? And how much water we use. So when you become more alert of how much water you're using, you go, wait a minute, do I really need to turn the water on and just let it run? For me, what we learned was, you're going to wash something, you put a pan in the sink, okay? Plastic pan, whatever, right? And you turn on the water and it goes into the pan. So whatever you're going to wash, and you can put this much water in the bottom of the pan, right? And then you can take that pan outside, or pour it out and water your plants with it. I've been watering my plants with water from now it's not greasy, soapy water. Okay. I'm just saying, you're rinsing something off, and instead of it going down the sink, you take it and you water the house plants. What? Yeah. Okay. My plants are doing fine. I haven't given them fertilizer in so long, I forget. I mean, like years. And the plants are growing and healthy and everything. So it's like, people say, you Hawkeye, you don't fertilize your house plants? Nope, just water. And the pots they've been in for years. And they're growing up the inside of the window here in the house, the vine. I've got mother-in-law's tongue over there. I've got aloe over in the kitchen, and no fertilizer, just mineral water from the well. you know. So, but people need to be more aware of their use of water, how it's used, because it's really going to become an issue. It's already has become an issue, but I mean, there's going to, and I'm kind of with like with Dr. Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Ram, right? That there's going to be something with the water crisis that people are just going to, they're just going to take a step back and go, what? I don't know what it is. Don't know how it's going to be. But I know for myself, I want to know about my water, where it comes from. Take me to the river. That's where, yeah, I'm ready. The water's coming down, Tracy. I'm hoping by Sunday. Now, of course, I don't have a job, so Monday will work too. But um, I was hoping I could coerce somebody to go with me on Sunday, to the river. It would be low enough that they wouldn't be freaking out. But you can't even see the top of the boat ramp. Okay, that might kind of freak some people out. Big deal. Seriously, this water is great. I feel fantastic. Oh, I'm glad I had to switch to all plastic fixtures because of it. Yeah. Well, I was talking about that earlier. So all of my pipes coming in and around the house are all plastic. And I thought I was going to have to dig some of them up by now, and they're still there. And they're the thin wall plastic. The earlier, I couldn't get schedule 40 back then. So it was schedule 20. So, and everybody's like, oh, that pipe, it'll never last. There's big sections of it that rode up to the well this way, right? It runs around and down, yeah, quiet, because it's still there, right? Now, in the wintertime, a couple of the pipes that stick up out of the ground with, for faucets and stuff have broken because of the cold or whatever. And because I didn't cover them right or something, somebody kicked one. I kicked one time working next to the house, and somebody else pulled on the hose real hard and snapped had plastic coming up with a board, but snapped it off, and water shooting straight up in the air. That's interesting. But, I've got a lot of plastic fixtures, and once every 6 months, I buy new things of glue and cleaner. So, but I've got 1,000 feet of plastic pipe, and I've got actually probably more than that because I got 20-foot sections of 20. Um, I've got, tiny pieces of pipe, and I got 5-inch pipe, all down here in the woods because the projects I was working on. And so it's still plastic, it's still pipes, and it's still in the woods. So this winter, I got to recut the trail back down here to get to the, where the another deer hunting place is going to be put up, but also so I could get to the clearing back here and the vortex. But anyway, so pay attention to your water, and make sure, you, there are a lot of people that are trying to fool you about water. And like I've talked about before, this drinking distilled water on a continuous basis will kill you. Okay. So you want mineral water, you want it to taste like something, but this idea of, hey, Katniss, good morning to you. Thank you. Many happy returns to you. Wood, socks, and carpet, you'll throw lightning bolts. Oh, here's one thing, Tracy B. Some folks many years ago, and I cannot remember their names at the moment. I think one of the guys is the I can't think of his name, Hutchinson. Okay, years ago about Earth batteries because they were of the mind that well, between Tesla and what the Egyptians knew with the Baghdad batteries. So there may still be out there somewhere these things where put in Earth batteries and John Hutchinson to see what you get. But him and his buddy were using all different types of material. So they were using a copper base and then filling it with a compound. And the compound was sometimes magnesium, magnesium salt, and different things. And they would put an anode in the middle and then use the copper like an end cap on it for a piece of copper pipe. And so they would put a piece of galvanized in the middle and the copper on the outside. And then they tried all different kinds of materials of different solutions. And they found out that they didn't really have to, they thought that the best battery was going to come if they could put these things in a solution and get them into a really nice gooey something and pack them into these things, which they did. And then they found out that it worked just as good just to put the stuff in it and kind of crunch it in, and they had almost as good a results without going through all this other process of turning it into mulch and having the right mixture and pointing it in. They would just set the anode in there on a little piece of rubber so it didn't touch the bottom of the copper end cap, and then just pack stuff around in it and then check it with a voltmeter after a while. And they were getting small voltages, but the thing is, they're earth batteries. And they would disconnect them and come back the next day and they would be charged again without any thing coming back in. They simply charged themselves back up. Earth batteries without any kind of, signal back in or nothing like that. Now, you could charge them, but they, in their testing, they would go, well, we pretty much fried this little battery that they'd made, right? And they'd run these little tests through a scope and the whole 9 yards, right? I, I was impressed. So this idea, though, that we have to have 120 volts, that we have to have AC, that we have to have, that's got to change. So for me, I'm all about very low voltage. That's a 25-watt bulb sitting up here. It doesn't hurt my eyes. There's plenty of light in the house. If I need extra light for working on something, I've got other light bulbs and other things, but for just around the house or whatever. So wet granite puts out voltage, small but detectable. So the thing that people were doing, and I got away from this, but I'm going to go back to it. I've taken, like, say, a 4-inch piece of PVC pipe. It's a large size. You can get it 5, 6 inch, a little more difficult, but that you dig it post hole in the ground, right? And take the dirt out, and you could use some of the dirt, but they were using different mixtures of rocks and like salts, sort of like the bath salts, right? For the magnesium thingy, Epsom salts. There you go. Using Epsom salts mixed with other different kinds of materials, right? So just to test to see what the voltage was. So they dug post hole in the ground, something at the bottom, um, and then and they weren't very big because they found out it really wasn't necessary. But I can't remember how they lined it. But anyway, so these earth batteries, they put them right side by side. The plastic could touch it, wouldn't hurt them, right? But it was what was inside the pipe and the anode cathode deal, right? Plus and a minus. So they were using something on the outside and a galvanized nail and something else. Anyway, copper strips. I can't remember, but anyway. But for the battery material itself versus an acid, they were using different mixtures of salts and stuff, right? But the battery was right in the ground. I mean, they mowed around it and everything, and they stayed right in the ground. And they would get different voltages with different, I will say this, with varying amounts of water within each of the batteries and the compounds. So, but the thing is that if we learn, especially with LEDs and stuff, that we can have plenty of light, we use way too much light in our society. People need to learn how to use low voltages. And, now instead of having, it's a 40-volt, weed whacker. Okay, they're quiet, but you got to charge them, right? But here's the thing. You can, on the inside of those big battery packs, are small batteries stacked together. What? Yeah, like a 6-volt battery, the kind you put in a lantern. You ever took one apart? There's four um, D-sized batteries in them to make 6 volts. 1.5, 3, 1.5, 6. So you get your 6 volts out of four D cells that, the old battery, are inside a 6-volt battery. So when I took one of those apart years ago, I was like, oh, holy crap. So I bought up, and you can't find them too much anymore. So I bought up quite a few of the rechargeable batteries, the AA and the AAA. And also in the lawn section, there's a 3.4-volt battery that's used in all kinds of lawn equipment and things, outside lights and stuff, right? So one battery is at 3.4 volts, contains as much as two AA batteries, rechargeable now. But the rechargeable AA and AAA are only 1.2 volts. So whatever you're trying to run that uses standard AA battery, it's 1.5. So you start out at a loss with a rechargeable battery right off the bat. But and I'm thinking about this. I'm like, well, but this little battery here packs 3.4, so it's twice as good and some than two batteries. So I want 3 volts, but I'm only going to get 2.4 because the battery's the rechargeable, right? Well, that's for crap. But a 3 volt one's, you know what I'm saying? So a 3.7. I can't remember. It's on the side, but I do remember it was whatever special battery pack they had on sale a couple of years ago in the lawn and garden section at Walmart's, and 3.4 is what um, hits me. 4.2 volts, but stabilized at 3.7. Yeah. So, and to my point, I would take two batteries in my little, uh, I've got those handheld mosquito zappers, right? Well, it would run the battery down too quick, right? And if I was using rechargeable batteries, I didn't have enough zap in the batteries because it already started out in its fully charged state too low a voltage. So I went, what the hell? So I took one of them big 3 point something volt batteries and shoved it and did a little wire connector thingy and put that puppy in there, and it zapped the hell out of some mosquitoes and lasted long time. uh, love me long time, GI. But anyway, there's a video for everything. Haha. Yeah. But no, I should have did a video about the zapper and the battery, because that was my idea. Because I was like, if two of those are, but they're all rechargeable. I think we can work with this. So, but anyway, but so in think in the whole idea of electricity, and I brought up this before, but in I wanted to be an electrician and work on electrical stuff, right? And when I went back to tech school, on the left hand side was the drafting room, I mean, literally, that door there was drafting, and this door over here was electronics, and I was good for either one, and I took the drafting, and I haven't really regretted it, but in a lot of ways I have, because I could be using that electronics knowledge right now. So I'm still teaching myself. I got lots of books. There's a lot of good videos out there, and wintertime is going to be coming up, and there'll be times I'm going to want to go outside, and it's going to be nice just to sit in the house near the heater, right? So my little electronics projects are coming back up because in my cleaning the house and everything. So that's one of the things I got to deal with. So, but it's all good. But what I found out though is that you can up a voltage and you can decrease a voltage. So if you have solar, which my solar panels at peak voltage put out 24 volts. Well, everything I got is like 12 volt or less. So I don't need 24 volts. So it's pumping out too much electricity for me to use. So it goes into a splitter so I can have, USB or, that voltage. I can have 6 volts for recharging batteries for, lanterns. I mean, there's lots of different things that one 24-volt panel can do. So, and if you hook a couple of them together, here's the thing, having more area will help charge the battery quicker. But if you don't have a good battery setup, so in my thinking, right now it's too convenient because I only use $35 worth of electricity, right? If it got to the point where electricity was like they were shutting it off back here down in the county, I do have a um, a gasoline generator, and it's just big enough to run the refrigerator and I don't, maybe another appliance, right? I didn't want something to run the house with. I just don't, because I'm there. It's too easy for me to use batteries and LED lights in different places, so I spotlight. I don't have to light up the whole damn house, which I used to do, by the way. Man, I'd have lights on, house be lit up at night, and that's just not necessary. I mean, so it's not about the money, although it is, but at the same, it's about the usage. So I only use what I need, and my hot water heater's out now, so cold baths and showers at the moment. But got to get that rooted out and fixed. Got to drain the damn tank to pull the element out. Damn it, I hate that. Uh, make a power wall out of laptop batteries. Some battery solar lights are awesome. Yes. And here's the thing, the batteries in them. You can't buy a battery for the price of the whole collector. And I've got a lot of old ones, but all of the little solar panels still work. And I have put some together, just taking the solar collectors apart, and sometimes the light's still good, got a little bit of electronics in there. There is a voltage regulator in that little circuit board that's sitting on top of those things. But to the point though, so if you had a AAA battery and needed charge, you take the top off and put it in one of those little solar thingies and stick it out in the yard, right? So a bunch of those can give you batteries for LED lights around the house. Plus, I have splurged, and they're about $354, and they're the solar lights, nice, nice big panel, right? And a spotlight. And I brought it here in the house, put it here in the window. And back when Michael was around, and during the daytime, it charged. And at nighttime, I had a spotlight it was plenty of light in here. I didn't need anything else, so okay. all with rechargeable batteries in the sun without having all these converters and stuff like that. So this idea that going solar or whatever is like really difficult. If you're creative, you know, you flip on the light to get in the room, right? But then you turn on your little rechargeable light and turn the electricity off. If folks started doing stuff like that, well, I've got this. Here's the thing, this is what they say, right? Well, I've got these new LED lights in my house. Yes. And each one of them has a transformer in them. They don't know this. There's a transformer in every one of those that has to change the electric from AC to DC, so to light the LED light. So there's a great power. There's heat, the little chips and everything in there. That's why they're so expensive. So why not just use DC power to begin with, right? And the a lot of the mobile homes that camper trailers have got, the one that we grew up with, for many years. It was here at the house, and um, it had a 12-volt system. You know, two lights over here, two lights over here. One set of lights was the 12-volt, and the other side was, you know, AC. So we could go anywhere we wanted to, and didn't matter as long as the battery was charged. And it would last a while. And that was before we had solar panels and stuff. I mean, you know, but you could go a weekend with, just turning on the lights when you needed them at night. And it just little 12-volt bulbs that, but so this idea that we need all this stuff, the, the I've talked about this before, but refrigerators that run on ammonia. Ammonia is old technology. It uses a small heat source to boil the ammonia that starts the process that does the cooling. If we stopped using electricity and went back to cooling things the old way and improved those, which they've got them, but they're expensive. But the thing is, they don't use any electricity. They use propane. It's a pilot light. It uses propane. Propane, I can make myself. I can make my own methane. I could get a candle. I could make a candle and put it under where the pilot light goes and heat a refrigerator. So if I ran out of gas, for example, a lot of ways that I could heat the ammonia in a refrigerator to make it to work. Solar, even, right? So this idea that we can't do it, we're already doing it. The big time campers that have the dual systems and stuff, they're fancy and a little overblown to me in some things, but people have this thing that they've got to convert the electricity. It's got to be converted. And I'm just saying, I think that that's the stupid part of the sales pitch. Let's just use what's already there. It's so much easier and more direct. And, I just experiment research, not really smart. They've got some deals now. They're trying to sell solar panels in Georgia, and I can't do it because of this oak tree here. I need to get rid of this one tree that's out here. Um, the EMC was supposed to be out here 2 years ago to replace the line and move it, and it's still there, and I still can't cut the tree down. Um, and they're being buttholes about it. So I guess if I cut the tree down and it knocks out down the power line, then they'll have to come out and fix it. But I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? But that tree's got to go for passive solar. Uh, run exhaust of my water heater to cool my refrigerator. Yes, yes, yes. Um, for those of us, we had several campers, right, on the Carnival. Mom and Dad sold me theirs. Actually, they gave it to me for finishing out the season when my pops got real sick and was in the hospital and couldn't finish out the season. And so I finished out the season for them at the rides and that it was before they got the cookhouse. And so they had a musical swings and had a big bouncy thingy and a joint, two joints actually, but could only run one at a time, right? Single person. The but then they bought a bigger one. Mine was a 24, and I think they went with a 26 or 28 foot. It was less than 30, but and slightly more updated, some other things. But you could run the refrigerator on that thing on a tank of gas for a month easy, right? So you go, well, but well, okay, so a tank to refill it's $20, or at least now it is. Back then it wasn't quite as much. And I might be I'm saying one tank for a month, and it could be longer. Okay, but just to the point is for money. So, but you don't have any electricity. There's nothing else. You've got everything else is battery operated. So you run this small little, pilot light because you got gas in your stove, and you're going to cook with that versus electricity, right? So gas is easier to produce. You can make your own methane, okay? So if things got really bad and you didn't have propane, you could make your own methane, all right? So it's doable. It's easy. And once you get, used to what you got to do, 55-gallon drum and a little of this, that, this and that, and some piping. I mean, over in China, they're using bamboo. They hollow out pieces of bamboo and stick them together with, literally tree sap and make pipes that run from the local. They all go and poo at this one spot, right? And it goes into this specially designed, it's ingenious, a specially designed um, septic tank. And as the poo goes in, it creates methane, and the methane is collected above the septic tank, and enough methane is produced to where they're able to cook one meal over the gas for the whole village. So they all come in, they do this thing, and a lot, and so from this, they all go poo in the same spot. Family, small neighborhood, right? But so a family of six could creates a lot of shit, right? And there's also a lot of hot air and a lot of gas. So, but you can use any kind of rotted material. So, if whatever your leftovers are that don't go to the dog, you can put them in them, and it'll make methane. So then, with that gas, then you could heat your little bulb or create, heat your hot water. But to the point, yes. Yep, I'm just buying one at a time. But the thing is, my issue is that you get a voltage drop with DC. Well, you do with AC too, but DC is more profound. So the way I planted all my trees and everything right now, the solar panel, if I put it on this tree line that's down here that I just can't get rid of, but if I put it on one side, it's only going to get part of the day, right? So, and if I put it on this side, then it's only going to get the afternoon. But here's the thing, what it needs to be, if I put it down all the way down on the end, well, that's 50 feet away from the house or more, right? So by the time the electricity gets from the panel to the house, there's been a voltage drop. Well, crap. You know what I mean? So, but if I put it close to the house, there's too much shade. So, um, didn't think I would have these issues to go because we couldn't get solar panels back when I first started the house and I started landscaping. So, good night, Tracy B. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here too. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for crying out loud. And I was just saying thank you. Um, I know, and I don't know if I can make it, honestly. But there are some really simple designs and things that people have been using in other countries and things and stuff. And good night, Tracy B. Much love and hugs. Thank you. Um, with a little bit of, the thing is the whole idea of the solar, the whole idea of it should be its simplicity. And so people put in solar and then all these converters and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why not just put in a 12-volt system? You know, um, you've got 24 coming from most of these panels. So you got to drop the voltage in half. So you got too much to begin with. If now you could use 24-volt lights or something, but 24 volts is the max. So you can get a steady 12 volts, not a problem. Charge batteries, do this, all right? So the issue is how many watts. So you're getting the volts, but how many watts are you getting? Like a 25 watt, 75 watt. So 25-watt bulb, like over here, is much dimmer than a 75-watt bulb that's going to light up the room and be bright. So which is so if you got the 75-watt, it's going to be brighter. Things are going to have more. It's still 120 volts, right? As far as, but the wattage is higher. So the wattage of the solar collectors, so you get one with that's 2 watts, these little small ones, right? So it's going to be like a trickle charger. Now the bigger panel that I've got, it's a 10 watt. Okay, so it's a whole lot, it's a bigger panel, but it's got a whole lot more wattage to charge my batteries with. So if I've got a bank of batteries that I'm charging during the daytime, so for my usage at night, um, then it's about the wattage, not the voltage. But they still, to my point, they still want to convert it to AC. And that's where I just think it's stupid. So people who are doing new construction and whatever, well, here's the thing. So your house is wired for 110, right? Yeah, you got all the normal stuff. Okay. If you went around the house and wired it basically with speaker wire, because 12-volt, you're not going to be pulling that much electricity. You just want a light to come on, right? You could either do it with batteries or you could run speaker wire all around your house and hook up 12-volt to it, right? And if there was a voltage drop, with a little bit of technology, you can make sure that whatever comes out of them 2 wires is 12-volt or enough to service whatever you need. So what if you only need 6 volts? I mean, I got a 6-volt lantern over there that'll blind you. Do you need that much light in your room or as a lamp or something like that? So if we reconsider what we need, and we still have the availability of using this other, but so if you've got all these 12-volt batteries that are going to convert that energy to AC, um, it might be the only thing that you actually end up needing to run is your refrigerator or washer dryer. That's a 240. But to the point though, so and there's always a clothesline. Um, but for convenience and convenience sake, there's so many things that we could have that wouldn't make our lives any worse. You know what I mean? We'd still have plenty of light. We'd still have plenty of this. This fan that I bought. The fan runs off at 3.5 volts, pushes a lot of air. So do you need these great big fans like this one over here that I bought? It's locked up on me several times from overheating in one season. So I've had to take it apart and spray, uh, uh, lubricant down inside the motor to free it up because it gets too hot. It was a $25 fan. That's not the point. They usually make it through a season before the motor locks up. So, but these little, 3, 4, 5, 6 volt fans, 12-volt fans, they just run and 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 run. And they put out, depending on the fan, they put out a decent amount of air with a whole lot less electricity of any kind. They're just so much more efficient. So if we're making both anyway, then stop making these fans and make a really good 6-volt fan. That if I had to, I could literally take a 6-volt lantern battery thingy and put in it and shove it in there and the fan would run. Period. You know what I mean? So if we change our thinking and change our projection of stuff, and I've said this before, and Tesla knew this, and also with DC power because they couldn't they couldn't transmit DC power. But 40% of the electricity that is used is wasted in the wire waiting to be used. So all the wires and things, the wire coming down in my house, I got this little bulb on the TV, the thingy, the computer, the refrigerator. That's it. Ain't nothing else running. So my light bill was $39 this month, right? Okie dokie. So that's a little bit by being frugal. But if I need a light, if I need electricity, I use it. I just have found different ways of not using a lot. A number 2 pencil shaped at the correct locations can work as a power brick using the voltage. Power brick is just a resistor. Right. But to the point though, so for me, what Hutchinson and folks and other people are still probably doing now, I've noticed that like if you have cats or animals, these kinds of things are like, But my idea is that so you have um, solar panels and you find the right combination of earth battery and put inexpensive earth batteries in. Like I said, some of these earth batteries have a tendency to um, recharge themselves. So if you put 12, um, well, you'd need more than that. But let's just say 16 of these pieces of pipe in the ground with different, salts or metal and dirt in them, right? And maybe you have to go along there every other day and make sure there's enough water in them because it helps the battery, right, create the voltage. So the sun comes out, it keeps these charged at whatever their max is, um, and you make as many of them as required to get 12 or 24 volts, whatever you want to work on. But if they're earth batteries, then they're not going to contaminate anything, right? They're self-contained. They're part of the Earth batteries, right? So now you got solar energy into an Earth battery that will net you at night at least the minimum requirement that you need. And if you learn how to see, well, but those Earth batteries, you can only get 0.75 volts. Okay, so to get so it takes two to get 1 volt, right? So, but two of them together is 1.5 volts, 75 and 75, 1.5. But they're Earth batteries. They always stay there. They always recharge. That you don't have to buy them. They're just there, right? Um, so my point is that if you learn to use things with lower voltages, then a lower amperage battery, like 0.75 volts, now becomes, oh well, that's plenty of voltage. Oh no, we got to have 24. We have to have 48. We've got to be able to have enough panels to convert the energy. We need to use it the way it comes out. That's one of the things Tesla, I think, was trying to promote. I know over the years and thinking about this electricity and stuff, it's like there's some things that are so simple that belong with the earth, like you know, if the water is just basically a little dirty, then a solar still is probably going to fit your needs. You might have to make a couple of them, depending on how much water you drink and that kind of thing. And then there's boiling water for dishes and stuff or whatever. So, but anyway, so our usage of water, our usage of electricity, what we think we need, that TV over there, it comes in 110, and as soon as it gets in, it gets the voltage gets changed to DC, and then it gets regulated. The highest voltage that I've found in the TVs is like 36 volts. So you mean you can, well, don't you have this computer that runs off of like 19 volts? Don't you have your little cell phone tablet things? They run off of, you can plug a USB into them and charge them up. So that's not very much. So you can have a screen, you can have good resolution, you can do with small voltages. So this idea we've got to have all this other stuff. I think the future for us is to convince people to keep it simple, stupid. Don't overthink it. Well, I'm going to convert this power. No, stop it. You don't convert it. Use it as it is. It'll be much more efficient. Things will last longer. The battery won't be sent to capacity. I mean, so many things. So the technology is great, but people want to overuse it and over abuse it. Let's use it for what it is. But anyway, so is it that time? 4 minutes? But anyway, thank you all. I guess I was bored this evening and wanted to hang out with somebody, and y'all fit the bill. And but my yakking on about this stuff, um, I'm not quite up to date with some of the battery technology. They've got some really cool things out there that they're working on, but here's the thing: they're expensive. But the thing about earth batteries is it's the earth, and it's dirt, and it's rocks, and it's minerals, and it's two opposing, there's a piece of copper and a piece of galvanized. So you can buy a galvanized nail at the local hardware store, and you can get pieces of copper at the hardware store or whatever, or some scrap or something, and make your own homemade batteries. So if you know how to scrap stuff, you might not need to spend any money except for your ingenuity. So you could create batteries. Now you would have to buy the solar collectors, okay, the high wattage ones. But the thing is that you would have some kind of light. You would never be in the dark. You could always have a radio. You know what I mean? You could always have something, some kind of device that could be powered by simple. It's a 20 alert. Yeah. This is going to be my last one, and then I got to hit the hay. Hey, what's that? So, Travis, you keep up the work with playing with stuff. And my thing to you is how simple can you make it and make it work, right? So in the conversion of things, the 12 volt, I ain't going to go back into that. But there's so many things that we already have lights and things and stuff that work on low voltage. Why not just use, to our best? If we as consumers demand, hey, we want more stuff like this, then maybe they'll make it. And instead of, converting it, it'll be, a lower voltage with a thingy, and it'll last a long time. You know, I've got a 12 volt fan that I bought years ago on the Carnival and went from car to truck to car to car to truck to truck to car, and it's ran. And I used it during the Hurricane Michael because we didn't have any air circulating and it was really nasty. So this little 12 volt fan is a time. Oh, did I miss it? Almost. Sunday driver, yeah. It took me so long to find out, and then I found out. Boom, ba da da da, bum, ba dum, ba da da dum, ba da 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 dum, do do. Day tripper, yeah. So the things we should think about for the future, they should be simple. They should operate efficiently. Now, here's the thing. Now, what Hutchinson and folks found that they could get, you know, maybe a 1 volt or a 1.2 volt, not a 1.5. So, but that when it dropped down to 0.75, the battery just kept running and running. So it peaked at 1.2. And as soon as they put under a load, it went, and it got to 0.75, and then just went like this. And then it went 0.74, 0.73, 0.72, 0.71. So the decline in the battery um, stretched out over a much longer period with this consistent lower voltage. So they were like, so all we need is so we can get the voltage we need and want. We just have to double up the amount of batteries. But if they're made out of local rocks and salts and things like that and materials, then it ain't costing us nothing. How do you replace it? Go get some more dirt. you know what? Yeah, there's some really good dirt over there. It's got a lot of minerals and stuff in it. So really good minerally dirt could possibly be the best quote earth battery. Plastic pipe insulated from the and just literally put a row of them right beside the house or right beside the barn or right beside, you know what I'm saying? And just link them all together. And because it's all low voltage, it doesn't need a bunch of heavy duty wire. It doesn't need transformers that, oh my God. Here's the thing. Now, I've been in caves in the ground, right? But there are reportedly places where there are algae and stuff. And in that's what 9/24, 2021. Thank you all for stopping in and having a birthday bowl with me. I really do appreciate it. I wasn't going to do this. I was just going to watch a movie and, and get really stoned and flake out. And here I am running my mouth, about bullshit. But it really isn't, though. But from a wisdom kind of thing, understanding, it's like, if you don't really need to use it and there's another way you could do it, then why would you keep doing it the same old way? Why not change? Well, because that's the way we've been doing it. Yeah, but now that we have all these other alternative ways to do things, shouldn't we pursue them? Well, but we've always made batteries like this. Okay, you know, Hutchins them stepped out of that box. Oh, here's another thing too. So this is also in a Tesla thing. So Tesla found out that at different heights in the air, right? There are different frequencies that are just there. So there are folks who have taken wire. Some folks get this, which is even more amazing, as I could get my hands on some, around here. Um, but they took coax cable, like for your your cable or cable, right? Screws in the back of your TV. Coated wire with copper wire down the middle, or copper coated. They're not always copper, by the way. But so anyway, so Tesla did some kind of experiment that, like at a 6 foot height, that if you just strung wire around, that you would pick up a voltage just from the air, not doing anything, just string a wire. So this end of the wire, and then it come all the way back around a big loop and back down, and that there's electricity there. So folks have been messing with this a lot. And so somebody had, a bunch of coax cable, right? Uh, and for, they did a house or trailer, like the trailer up here. There's all kinds of coax cable up there on the trailer, right? If I took it all down and whatever, but so they connected it together, and that from one end to the other, as it came around, they got a voltage out of it. Now I can't remember what it was, and it wasn't great, but here's the thing: it was consistent. So you've got an antenna that's up around you, that all it's doing is collecting whatever's out there. And, so one set of wires on the plus side and the other side of the wires on the minus side. There ain't nothing else in between. What? So that's available. With all you have to have is the wire. Now, like for around here, the tree limbs that have fallen and things and the stuff. So, but is it doable? Yeah, people have done their YouTube videos where people will go down their fence line between them and their neighbor and string this, in the trees and whatever, wire the length of it, the length of their property and back. And they're picking up voltage for free. So there's all kinds of stuff out there. And with a little bit of more explanation or whatever. So here's a what if, for example, high wind or whatever. So what if you have a mast, and that on this mast, that like a TV antenna, which is interesting. I should check and see if there's any kind of voltage that comes off of the TV antenna at all. But to the point though, so if you had a mast and you didn't want it up there all the time, and high wind and rains and storms and and thunder and lightning, that maybe you could let it down. There was a design years ago, an ingenious design. It was made out of 2x4s too, and 2x2s. The guy was great, but he made this a wind turbine that was like 20 foot up ish. But if the wind blew too much, it would literally fall over like this. It would just, the whole thing just rocked over. So it pivoted to wherever it needed to go, or maybe it was the top that pivoted. But anyway, if the wind got too strong, the whole thing was on a counterbalance. So whatever 15-mile-an-hour wind, it would move a little. 20-mile-an-hour wind, 30-mile-an-hour, and then if it blew too much, it would almost lay flat. So I know that there are people who design things and there are ideas for things. So what if there was a mast that had wire strung on it in a particular way and that you could raise up, and that just by raising the mast that you would get voltage? Now, there other folks have tinkered with this, but this was my, if I strung wire, I got all these trees and stuff I could string wire to, but then when the limbs break and the this and the wire and the stuff and the woods and eh, and if I want to put something out there in the open, well, then you got to put a post and you got this and then you got to look at it, right? So, but what if there was a way that, say it was a 10-foot wide, but that there was wire that you could string up, kind of sort of like the back of the old radios in the old days. Some, I think, short wave antennas have got this kind of. But anyway, but to the point though, would it be enough? Doesn't have to be a lot, but would it be enough that if you raised it certain times of the day or whatever, or if it's going to be clear for a couple of days, you could just leave it up, that it would um, give a consistent charge to an earth battery. And if the smaller voltages were managed correctly, you could take 3 volts and turn it into 6. Okay. So, but if you think about it correctly and plan it correctly, then the 3 volts you'll probably be able to get along with. Now, as far as cooking and stuff like that, and a refrigerator, the refrigerator, um, it can absolutely be handled with ammonia technology. So every camper, every travel camper thingy has got the dual refrigerator in them. Okay, every one of them, and so it can be done. It's old technology. It's how they made ice in the 1800s, kind of thing, early 1900s. Ice houses, they sold blocks of ice. People had an ice box, okay, and it was a box that they brought a block of ice and stuck it in there. And I thought, well, no, but that's silly. But here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. I'd say, well, a block of ice would last us a week. And I'm like, what? Yeah, a block of ice would last us a week. So the Iceman come once a week, like delivering milk or whatever. So, you pay the Iceman. So all I had to do was freeze the water, right, and the cubes. But it was the ice box and the density of the size of the cube that's how it could last a week. And I was like, you're kidding. So it's just a giant ice cube, right? Yeah. So think about that. So the energy that it takes to make one giant ice cube that would net you cold enough stuff, because they survived for a long time with ice cubes. So but yeah, why should we have to go backwards? Why should we have to give up any of our conveniences? Well, maybe if we adjusted it, maybe you'd find out that you don't need all this damn shit, There are just other ways, and you can still get by, and it still will. All it will be is to adapt to a slightly different phasing of things, right? Well, we don't have AC power. No, but it's DC. But we've got this and that and this and that and that and this and this and that. And the batteries are all natural. We're not going to pollute the earth. And we could make them ourselves in the backyard. We mixed some clay and dirt. We went down to the, Just saying. So, but so for example, you want to do a test on earth batteries? Now, I don't have any right now. All mine are plastic. But get some cans. The bigger the can, it would be easier to work with. So get a metal can, right? Doesn't matter, metal can, because that's going to be one metal. So then you put whatever you want into it. Now, before you go filling it, you have to find something that it's opposite. Well, that like copper and galvanized anything, right? So you could probably there's probably enough difference between a tin can and a galvanized nail, for example, that you would get a potential difference between because they're two different metals. So, you could try stainless steel, if you had a stainless steel pot or something. But in the middle of it, then you had a galvanized, piece of pipe. Or you have an anode, like, for example, um, I didn't know this for a long time. Um, there's always an anode in the hot water heater. And I was like, why? Because I used to draw drawings for industrial size um, water heaters, right? And steamers and boilers. So, and I was like, well, because of the differences in the minerals in the water and the even though they're heating this with heat or something, not necessarily electricity, but the heating of the water within the boilers creates an electrical charge that will eat the boiler the inside out just with water. Okay, just the reaction of the water and the heat. So that what they do, and all hot water heaters have them, you'll see at the top or the side of a hot water heater, depending on the design, you'll see, a hexagon kind of, looks like the top of a nut cut off, right? It's just sticking down there. It's an anode. And it's made, depending on the company, it's made out of a material because there is an electrical charge in the water created by the heating elements to keep the tank and the heating elements from being eaten alive simply by the interaction of heating the water and whatever's in the water. But to the point, just good old plain water is still going to have a reaction, a chemical reaction against the metals. Okay. So they put a sacrificial anode into every single hot water heater. That's the truth. Because the anode will dissolve before anything else does inside the tank. And I was like, you're kidding me when I found out about that. But I've known back many years ago, 89, 90, when I was drawing drawings by hand, by the way, uh, with a drafting table and the whole 9 yards still, because they hadn't quite got into the computer age. But that per so many gallons of water, there had to be so many anodes. So I was like, okay, but there's a formula. So for every blah, 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 there's one of these. Okay. And you have to, there's a pipe fitting and it's welded in and blah, blah. You have to have one here and here. And it's in between okay. So it's part of the design, but never asked back then why. What's this anode thing? Well, but when I did ask it, and I went, so it's the water, just by heating the water, it creates a chemical reaction and an electrical reaction. And of course, there's electricity in some of these things. Most of these boilers are fired with like propane, uh, just almost like a jet engine. You've seen these, folks who make homemade kilns and they melt aluminum with a propane, torch and a hair dryer, and you can create this. It's really simple to do. And because industrial boilers are sometimes very similar in how they do it, but they inject it in with ports and vaporize the gas. Some of the boilers are actually diesel. They're a lot dirtier. The better ones are propane. But the propane, if how they make like a circle ring. So when the propane comes out and then it oxidizes with some air behind it, you get this jet engine effect, right? To on it, on it, under it, and through it, because boilers will have these tubes in them, and so the so many tubes per hot water heater. So the flame underneath sends heat up through the tubes to boil the water, and a lot of BTU, right? For especially for industrial boilers. But the principle is the same, though. I mean, if you needed a boiler and you had a steel boiler or whatever, you could heat it if you were in the Stone Age with logs and trash and stuff. I mean, you could put a fire into this thing and get your hot water, right? So there's depending on what you want to do and what's in your life and that kind of thing. If you want to go outside and for this side of the house in the hot tub, I built into the house a hole. It's covered in and cemented over and everything. But the whole idea was the burner's on the outside. And um, and I tried it once, but it's like, yeah, I need a better uh, heat transfer for the water. Poor design, but the idea is great. So I built a fire in the side of the wall over here, and it heats the rock. It heats the whole hot tub from underneath, and it also heats the water. But so I had a coil inside the heater so that the water came out of the hot tub through the coil, which was also heating the concrete that helps keep the water warm. Say, well, why are you heating up the concrete, Dave? Because if you heat the water's going to heat up the concrete anyway. So you might as well do them both at the same time. So anyway, I've got access on the outside of the house. So if I don't have propane, I can heat it with charcoal. I can heat it with oak wood, but you have to bend it, so it's not as easy. But it can be done. So, I tried to, if I want to heat the hot tub, but what if I can't get gas? Well, I live in a swamp with all this wood. I want to be able to heat it with wood. So, but I haven't had the hot tub working for a while. But, it worked in before. Anyway, that'd be nice to have the hot tub back. But, yum, yum. It was nice to float in there. if you're if you put a metal bar across the tracks, it signals that a train is present on the tracks. To do it means understood, Travis. Here's something else. Now, with what Tesla talked about a long time ago, this thing about just putting wires in the air, like I was talking about just a little bit ago. And so you just put wires up in the air, and in such a way that there are different wavelengths in the height, right? So we've got all these cross country cables that are carrying electricity, right? What if I'm just saying, what if the wires that are already strung would create enough, could accept enough energy from the universe, if you will, that you could get a voltage out of it? So the power lines coming down across my property and everything, the big old transformer sitting over there. So what if there's no, lights are out? Could I still get a voltage because of the wires that are up there just being strung across? Everything is grounded, to the transformer, big, big solid copper going on, so every one of these poles are grounded. So, um, and I've been tempted at times to go out there um, and put a voltmeter. This is, how about this? Put a voltmeter on the ground and then to the ground wire. Why would I do that? To see if there's any difference, right? Because if I clipped high enough on the copper wire and had a ground, I might be able to tap into whatever the ether is. But anyway, so with all the wires that are already strung all the way around bringing us power. Oh, thank you, Robert V. Dude, what you up? Oh, you just woke up, remembered. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just got on here just because I guess I wasn't really bored. I literally got on here to just thank everybody for all the good blessings and everything, and for them being, like you, Robert. You've been a good friend all of these years, and knowing you, and my birthday wish that everybody has a great day. Having nothing to do with me. That y'all have a great day, and thank you for being who you are, and that's my blessing. What do you want for your birthday, Dave? Y'all are it. That's it. Oh, I got my cool weather too, man. There's no fans blowing, the windows open. I got a shirt on. It's cool. Oh man, I'm tickled. I am tickled. Hey, Deborah, thank you very much. Like I was saying early on, I didn't get on here to solicit. I get on here to say thank you to all of you. I hate to use the word subscribers, but y'all know who you are, and it has been a very much a blessing over these years. And you've heard me complain about 69. Well, it's official. I'm officially 69 years old, and so in talking with one of my friends today in town, um, he said, 69, huh? And I went, yeah. He goes, so that's almost 70. And I went, now don't you start to, because it was one of them things, you've heard me talk about. But in general, just as like, musings, I'm like, 69. Well, okay. Yeah, but if you tell me I'm almost 70, I'm going to bop you one. you know. and and what was scary a couple of months ago, I'm in a way that I'm almost 70. I was like, but to the point though, it it has been a fun ride up to now, and I refuse to give up. So I know I got a lot of stuff that I have promised myself I was going to do. So in this refresher course for this next year, I'm like, I'm really looking forward to 70 versus, oh my God, I'm almost 70. And then I know I'm only as old as I feel like it. And if I put my mind to it, which here recently, some things that I've been letting slide, I took care of and feel so much better when you do them, like get my tag and everything. And my truck is, I got truck parts today and stuff. Uh, Thank you, Esty. Sending you best wishes. Thank you. I'm already having a great day. And it was great when I got this box of presents. And I don't know who all of you all Deborah, I don't know if you were in there, or Chloe or Esty, but there's a box of stuff I promised. It was here for my birthday, and so I have looked at it and have wanted to open it, and then I put a pile of books on it, so I couldn't open it. It's books and references that I was using and for our uh, looking for stuff for White Buffalo calf woman. So, but anyway, but it was a good excuse. I said, I'm just going to leave them books sitting right there because then I can't tamper with. Everybody's been seeing a fox. Yeah, I'm ready for another round because see, like I said, I got my canoe out there is 17 feet and an inch or two, but it's a Cadillac on the river, man. It's a really nice ride. But I bought it from years ago from a guy who was 74, 5 years old, and I said, "So, give me an adventure where this canoe has been." And he goes, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, I'm sure as old as you are, however old you are, there's some stories about this canoe." So, and he goes, "Well, on my 72nd birthday." I didn't know what. He said I sailed from Key West to Cuba. He said I paddled from Key West to Cuba in that canoe. And I was like, what? And so I looked at it, and yeah, he could have very well done it. You know, there are folks in, the islands and stuff, and it is a nice riding canoe. I don't know if I'd take it out in the bay or not, but I could see where, uh, okay, people have ventured out on the ocean in smaller, so if he paddled that thing to Cuba from Key West or one of the islands down there. So, okie doke. But here's the thing: he was 72 when he did it. So the other day, the mailman delivers a package, right? And just after that big rain, so he pulls up, he stops up the hill so he doesn't, get stuck. Smart person. So I walk up there to meet him and everything, and I notice it's the old guy that I'd seen a year or so ago. And he's like, well, I said, wow, it is so, this is me to him. I'm so glad to see you in a minute. Because I was like, I wonder how he's doing. He said he was in his 70s when I saw him here last time. He goes, yeah. I said, so you, working part time for the post office, And he goes, well, I'm 70, blah, blah, blah years old, and like 71 or two. And he goes, I just got bored and went back to work, and they needed somebody, and I love delivering packages and all, so hadn't seen him in a year or so. And I thought, well, somebody else, right? No, it's him. Pulls up and he already takes his hat off, bows, and he says, "It's a good day to you, sir." He says, "Good to see you too." And I was like, man, us old geezers got to stick together. Well, he's older than I am, and he's running a mail route. Come on, get up off my ass, Not necessarily make me feel bad, but make me feel bad. Make me feel guilty. I'm like, well, I'm 69 years old now. Well, the 74-year-old postman comes up and delivering me, a package, and I'm like, 72-year-old man paddled that canoe to Cuba, and what are you doing, Hawkeye? Well, I am waiting for the river to come down, and I do have a plan to put. I Oh, it's a sneaky plan too, but a plan to take my. I need to take the canoe down to the river and get Duggar used to being in the canoe versus sitting in my lap in the kayak because it is very uncomfortable. I really like the kayak, but I like my canoe too. So I think when we go to the river, um, we're going to take the canoe, and it'll be his first canoe trip. You know. Plus, I haven't paddled the canoe in a while, and with him and big as it is and stuff, you, you know, the kayak, okay, but it's big, and for me, it's heavy to get that some bitch up on my truck. So I can go paddling And I get back to the truck. I've had a good time. And I go to pick the canoe up to get it up over my head. It ain't going. And I know Duggar can't help me. So my reluctance in taking the canoe is, you know, and so what I need to do is just go out in the yard and learn to pick up a canoe. I need to practice that. My lifting weights, I got two 5 pounders down here that I've been using. Hugs right back to you, Chloe. Thank you. You all, Grace. Okay. Good night. Yeah. You too, guys, gals. Thank you. I now I'm just rambling and I need to shut up. So y'all go to bed. Thank you so much for your well wishes. Um, and honestly, I came on here to thank you because y'all, I mean this, y'all have been a blessing to me and still are. So, and like I've said before, and what Brian and I discussed so many years ago now, that when we started this, we did it without any expectation from anyone or anything. We were doing it with a clear heart and a clear conscience and with just good intent and best intent that we bring smiles and, stuff to people and we just make good friends, right? And if it's 5 friends or 500 friends, it didn't matter. It wasn't about the number. And so I continue to that um, another year on my anniversary here of of, of being flopped out of a nice warm, you know, placenta thingy that has got to be gross from the inside out. I don't think I really want to remember that far back. You know what I'm saying? Coming out like, "Bleh, wah." Well, that's going to be one ugliest son of a bitch when he gets to be 69. you know. But anyway, yeah, I bet you I did look like about now, but with less hair. Snicker, snicker, snort, snort. Thank you. 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 Let's do another year, right? I don't know what y'all how ages or whatever, but from my standpoint, here's the thing. I found this interesting that September is the fall season, right? So all the new shows are coming out, and this is coming out, and it's the fall season. It's the fall football time. It's the fall baseball league, and they're getting ready for and it's the fall. You know what I'm saying? And it is finally fall. So I was like, what's that got to do with me? Well, but it's a new season. I mean, seriously, it's a new season. So it's like, so Hawkeye, what's new for this next season? I don't know. Well, we didn't really finish last season. We kind of went off on a tangent, didn't we? Well, you're right about that, Dave. We need to reconsider what 21-22 season is going to be. Well, is there going to be action and adventure? Why, sure, boys and girls. There's going to be lots of action and adventure. There's going to be music, and there's going to be um, yeah, there's going to be lots of action and river and action and water and action. Sure enough, you know. But with that said, though, as I approach this every year, hey Ian, um, I think my brain goes into that because even as a young child, it was black and white TV, but I was born in the new season when the new shows came out, when the fall shows come out. So, and I remember it was always around my birthday. We all sat down to watch, like, you know, Meet the Flintstones. They're the modern Stone Age family, from the town of Bedrock. But to the point though, I mean, the Flintstones was prime time that came out one year in September, and everybody, got together and watched the Flintstones as prime time TV versus a Saturday cartoon. So I remember some of these things as being like really big events, and nobody really pays any attention to it now, but back then it was like the big deal. Everybody watched the Flintstones that time. It was crazy. So, and we take those kinds of things for granted, but back then it was a big deal. And color TV was just, you know, mm, starting to get out there enough to where it wasn't too expensive. Color TV, a decent one was 500, $600 back then. The big sets, with tubes and all that, that would literally mesmerize your eyes if you sat too close. So far, Chloe, so good. Um, I realized that I am moving slower, but that I would like to move faster, and I'm going to try to figure that one out. Um, but the fact that I'm still moving is what's important, and having a chat with other folks as the conversation with my first love, Jackie's mom. Uh, we talked the other day, and she goes, "Isn't it nice just to be able to wake up?" Because see, her birthday's on October 1st, where I'm that Virgo Libra cusp. She's more of a true Libra. So we've always gotten along, even when we didn't get along, we still got along. We still figured it out. We always maintained a balance, and that's one of the things I've always loved about her and still do is that regardless of what goes on, she can still find a balance. And for whatever has transpired over the many years, we can still call up and talk to each other and be friends. It doesn't have to be awkward or anything. And so after all these years, it's like yeah, it is nice. But as we have been, friends all these years, um, the fact that she said she's on oxygen, weighs like 98 pounds, can't gain any weight. And I tell her, I say, you keep kicking, get up, go do something. Well, I got this bad heart and I got this thing. Yeah, okay, all right. But you still smoke a cigarette, what on oxygen. Stop that. But anyway, but she is still here. She hasn't passed away yet. And it was very close a couple of years ago. She's still here. So it's like other people would have given up. Well, at least she's still trying. So don't give up. Well, what's tomorrow going to be? Don't know, but don't give up. Don't want to miss it. And now, if your system shuts down and that's just the end of your road here, then that's that. But I mean, to give up, you know, well, I just can't do, I can't get around, blah, blah, well, okay, all right. But if you get out of that mindset and say, I don't care what tomorrow's going to bring. I'm just going to do the best I can when it comes. And I'm going to be damn grateful that when I have to pee, I can get up and not wet myself. That is a big plus at my age. And so there are people who can't do that. So, what am I grateful for? Being able to get to the toilet before I leak all over myself and the floor. That I can still wake up in the morning when I feel that tinkle a coming on before the water heads towards the ground because gravity will make it do so. I am grateful that I still have that bit of continuity and consistency. And I pray to God and all the saints above, and I mean this truly, that I'll be able to make it through another year with those consistencies. That it doesn't get any worse than this. There are times when peeing is different, and that kind of thing, but such as life, they don't get any worse than this coming year. I will be grateful again. So, looking forward to 70. I think it's going to be fun. I think I'm going to have a ball this year simply because, of all the things of meeting my family this past year, of having some really good friends pass this year. And a year ago, we had some very dear friends passing, uh, early, I think. But it is what it is. So I'm grateful for every day and just going to do the best. So y'all hang in there. Thank you for being you. Hey, that way. Fox Rodriguez, how are you? Did I miss you earlier? Yeah, here's the thing about the reality thing. Waking up every day and being able to walk outside and watch the cats playing in the yard. Just talking about the natural things. And walking up the driveway yesterday, I guess, it had rained the night before, not real hard, but just before that cold front moved in. So I'm walking up to the mailbox and I'm doing the walk with Duggar like we normally do. And I get towards the end of the driveway where it turns mostly into grass. Okay, well, it's good to see you, Fox. Honestly, thank you. Cheers. Good to see you. This video is to say thank you to all of you. I know it's my birthday and all that, but that my wish is that I could say thank you, Fox, and to Chloe and to That Way and to everybody else for being here. I'm truly grateful. And if you know me long enough, you know that that's important to me. So and I wanted to share it and tell y'all. So my birthday present is you showing up. And I'm so grateful for all those things. But in this for this next year with okay, so it's not necessarily New Year's, but it is a new season. Okay, it's the fall season. So and just being crazy and smoking weed and looking out the window going, I'm thinking to myself, thank you. I'm not soliciting. I swear to God, it was not to solicit. Uh, you know, but I am because I am grateful. That's the point. Um, and you can't do one without the other. So I humbly say thank you. Brandy, how are you? And right back to you. Thank you as well. Y'all showing up and hanging out and sharing. It's you know in my quiet time when I'm not on this digital media. Um, you know, I am a I guess a true Libra in this respect, in that I find life to be romantic. Not necessarily a drama, but that there is drama in life. Um, but I think life should be romantic. I mean, just me and the dog walking up the hill, that's where I was at. And so I looked down, and there are deer track that are coming down the driveway. So I follow as I'm walking up. I follow the deer track all the way up. It stays mostly to one side, all the way to the top of the hill, to the top of the driveway where the gate is. And I'm going. The deer literally walked down the driveway earlier today because Duggar was barking up the hill, and I was like, "There's nothing there." But I think what he'd seen was the deer walked down out into the open at the end of the driveway because it was headed down the hill. So, yesterday morning, right after the rain, deer walked down the driveway. There, I saw his tracks, or I think it was her, simply because of the size. It could have been a smaller buck too, but just the size of the. But anyway, so interesting about that. So when nature, uh, all I could think of was I'm walking up there is like, I need to do a video and go, a deer walked down my driveway. It came down sleek and slim. It walked down the drive so I couldn't see, but I knew it was her or him. See, that rhymed. So, but just, make up a little rhyme to of the the deer was so, anyway. I'm really stoned now. Uh, I'm I'm skinning the old scrolls book of, of John and other books. Oh, cool. It's interesting for me over the years because I know there are some folks who will say, well, Hawkeye, this is how you believe. You hate the Catholic Church, and you're against religions in general, and well, wait, back that one up just a little bit. I'm not against religions. I think people need religions, but I think religions need to be honest with the people, and that's what's going on. They're lying. So if a bunch of people want to get together and quote worship together and sing hallelujah and feel good, okay, you know. And if it quote brings them closer to God, I am not against that. Okay. So, but this idea that, there are folks like those of us who Catholic Church or whatever, or we've had no religion, that there's something more that we understand about the universe and life. There's just something else out there. And as you hear me talk, you can still be religious, but you can still be very spiritual, and it's above and beyond being religious. So if somebody wants to be Buddhist to meditate, I'm not against that. But Hawkeye, what I'm saying is you don't need a religion to be spiritual. That's the point. You can have religion, okay, you know. So give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. That's good enough for me. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. It's good enough for me. Okay, enough of that, right? I know I'm really stoned now. I started earlier, and I, as I said earlier, I don't try to like get real stoned during the day. Um, but tonight I was like, when I got home from the store and I made it to town, and I got, I'm legal. I've got tags for the next year. Everything, all the taxes are paid. New tag for the trailer now, and it's all legal. Oh, that's gratifying, right? I got the radio to finally shut up, and hopefully I've at least temporarily fixed the electrical drainage on my truck. So lots of little things coming around, and some folks want to come and help me, and I need new brakes for the back of my truck, for example. But the reason I haven't fixed it is because I don't know what size drum they are. They're either 9 inch or 10 inch. Is there any way to tell from the outside? No. So you have to pull the drums and take them apart to measure them. Well, if I do that, I know that they're not going to be able to go back together again. So, and I'm going to want to have the drums turned and everything, and upgrade and put new rear drums on my truck. Right after 279,000 miles, it's time for new brakes. Never had the rear brakes done. Never. 279,000 miles original. So I know it's probably metal on metal, right? They don't squeal or anything, but to the point though, it's time. So, but if I take the truck apart and I'm out here in the country, I can't get to town to get the parts, so I ain't done it. And that's the truth. But I think I might be able to schedule now to take my truck apart, especially now that the weather's cooled down. Uh, take my truck apart and take the rear brakes off, and somebody will come by and take me into town to um, you know, get the drums turned or whatever I need, and new shoes and a whole 9 yards, so I can fix the, so I can make sure the rear brakes of my truck aren't going to fail me at some point, knowing they should have been replaced, a long time ago. But I gotta say, as far as Mazda is concerned, Mazda was Ford and a division of, but the Mazda has a longer bed than the Ford Ranger does, and just a couple other minor differences, but it's basically a Ford Ranger. So, it's, and in looking on the internet and stuff, there are folks who have Ford Rangers, Mazdas, my year and around, and they love their trucks. And I do. I love my little truck. It is a little truck, but at the same point, it acts like a big girl sometimes, my little Mozzie. She'd been many a mile and it's not really let me down. So knock on wood. So, and the heat and the mosquitoes has really kept me from doing a lot of stuff. But it was a pleasure outside today with the blue sky, and the prospects of not having to worry about the truck battery going and the radio coming on and all that, and to find out also that apparently it's happened to more than just me. So for whatever happens with these radios or whatever, might not have anything to, what did I do wrong? Probably nothing, because other people have had this issue. So, oh, okay. So I usually drive around without a radio anyway. So, um, not that music isn't great when you're riding, kind of thing, but anyway. So I love you all. Thank you so much for spending time with me early this morning on my birthday. As and I graciously mean this. And if y'all don't think I'm being truthful, then hush your mouth, shut yourself. But you all made my birthday. You all made these last few years. And I hope to continue to be your friend in the future. And, I'm working on the puppet thing and I'm working on a this and a that. And this is a new season. So with the fall and the nice cool weather, I'm enthusiastic. I'm looking for another year. I'm looking for 70 and 71 and 72. I want to see how many more of these years I can clock down versus, oh my God, I'm 69. Okay. Um, thank you, Fox. Did I miss anybody? Brandy? But for in your lives, for whatever it means, being in the fall season doesn't necessarily mean the end of the season, which in the fall of your year as well, and you're getting too old. And now I want to go back north and go visit some of my relatives up there in the mountains again. I would love to go ice fishing this winter with my brother. And if I fixed up my truck enough, um, I would, would consider driving up there, and being careful, me and the dog, we'd go for a ride, uh, the way I drive, and I probably would have put a radio back in the truck, but I'd probably work out something like an iPad, a pod thingy, and so I could have music to listen to, cassette deck or something. I've got a lot of CDs and things that I've got, so a lot of music and a lot to be able to kick back. But it's also, for some reason I used to have music on all the time. Everywhere I went, everything, a lot of early years here, there was no TV, little black and white TV. And, but I had the radio and I had a tape player, and that's what I lived with, that was it. But here in my old age, the TV is too much of um, an instrument If it's something boring, I ain't watching it or I ain't listening. Because there's a lot of times I'm actually looking for something I can listen to and not have to watch. So I can be sitting here and doing something and listen to the story, like some of the cartoon things, anime. Um, I don't care too much for all the jerkiness and but the stories are good and they're consistent. And I'm like, wow. So, but I would have listened to the radio or something like that if I could find anything decent on the radio to listen to. But the music that is played most of the time, I'm just like, and down here in this hole, my FM signals ain't real good because I'm at the bottom of the hill. So all the good stations I can't really pick up anyway. I'm too far. They're too far away. But but to the point though, I got plenty of music. So, in my endeavor to unlock the music door, I bought new harmonicas. Bear with me a second. Y'all hanging out anyway, not doing nothing, sitting here wasting time. I played this harmonica earlier, and Duggar started howling. I'm like, we gonna have problems here because he just did not like this harmonica. So I haven't played a harmonica in years, but I have played harmonica 4 years. But to pick one up after having not had one, I guess in 4 years at least, this is a Honer blues band, and I just spent almost $50 on three harmonicas, but 20, 40, 60, yeah, almost $50 on harmonicas. But it was time for me to get back into the music thing. And what I used to do back in the day was take a harmonica with me while I was driving. Now here's the thing. I didn't know Duggar stuck his head up over there and I could hear him whimper, and I'm like, oh my God. So I used to drive around all the time with a harmonica and just play music, and whatever come up, and get used to it, right? So I guess maybe I just have to leave Duggar at home sometimes so I can drive around and play the harmonica. Hadn't thought about that, but anyway. So, but the Honer Company, as far as harmonicas are concerned, and I know I'm still yapping after all this time, but I have bought lots of harmonicas over the years and stuff, and the quality in these, they're very interesting. I don't know if it's a wood or whatever it is that they're using. It looks like some kind of a plastic or polymer or something as far as the core is concerned. Can y'all see that? Let me get the right color. It's black, so it doesn't really have a color. You know what I mean? It's reflecting. But the um, the the outside metal seems to be tougher or stronger or something because the other ones you could push in on a little bit, and the outside edges of the harmonica back here you could flex it a little bit, and of course if you had it in your pocket like I'd had, and sit on it and you'd crush the damn thing. So but there's something about how the metal is sits with this. Um, as I was playing it, there's no roughness or anything to where your lips across it, and because sometimes a little bit of something, or if the metal gets a little rust on it, which has happened with some of my harmonicas, and you have to get a little sandpaper kind of thing, and so you don't, scrub your lips, you know, with sandpaper on the harmonica. But I'm really, for 20 bucks a piece, which used to be about 12, I would gladly pay the extra that I have paid because looking at this and the quality of workmanship. And Honer's always made a good product. One of my guitars over there is a Honer. And you say, Honer makes guitars? Yeah, it's a really nice guitar and it plays well. It's been one of my favorite guitars over the years. And I bought new strings. So, I'm in the mood to play some, banjo music. Haven't played in a while. At some point, I think that I was a pioneer and sat amongst the troops down in the South. And when I was at Andersonville Prison, this is a true story. When I was at Andersonville Prison and sitting there on the hill, I came upon this little piece of wood that was just barely sticking up out of the ground. A little piece of pine pitch, like the root from a pine tree, and but fat louder. And I picked it up, and as I sat there and held it and looked down over the hill at the little creek that separated the inside of the prison there, and I thought to myself, I have been here before with other men that stank, that vomited, that, you know, and I sat there and all in my head, I could hear this harmonica music playing. And ever since that time, I've been when every time I pick up there are some folks that will break right down into a blues thing, and I'll be playing your old Kentucky Home or Camptown Races or something like that, and some folks go, but that's well, I don't know. For some reason, that's back in the oldie days, sitting on the porch. Some folks who break down into some of this blues, it's really nice, but there's no tune to it. You know and so in the olden days, harmonicas had to have a tune. I mean, but anyway, I got three harmonicas now so I can practice again. So we'll see. We'll have some I got well, we'll see. I just want to show you. These are sort of my presents to me for my birthday was to bring music back, and one way was to get harmonicas. So but they're really nice. I'm really proud. And for $20 and some odd cents a piece, the Marine band, the blues band was only 12 or 13, $14. It was less than 15. So, but there's still 55 bucks worth of harmonicas. Not that I'm complaining about the price. I'm just So I'm going to be putting strings on the guitars, and I've got a new capo. So if anybody comes over, and we need to capo up or something, we can play along. So that's nice. And my friend who's coming over to take me to dinner tomorrow, or actually today later on, um, is had invited me to. We need to get together and have a jam, and so we're going to do so. So by getting harmonicas and new strings, and so music is coming back. for both of us, and that's important at our age. It's important at any age, but so you know, you all know me well enough to I've been really trying to get the music door back open in my brain, and so this is my progress. I got the strings, and I got the capo. I got the harmonica. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yep. So that shows progress. So that is pleasing to me for my birthday in that it was my accomplishment. Not so much that I have new harmonicas. It was the fact that I went there to even look to get, that I made the step, that I got them. That's another, but you know, that I put forth the effort versus when I was in town and I looked at Duggar and I said, we got quite a few little stops. You good, buddy? And he was like, I'm kind of stuck, ain't I? And I was like, yeah, you kind of are, but I promise I'll park in the shade, right? And it was a nice day, and the wind is down. So, had to go to the pawn shop, had to go get the tags, and had to go over here and do this, and had to go do that. They were all legitimate stops. And so, but one of them was like, I could have, well, I just won't go over there and get strings. Oh, I'll wait till, nah. I, I went out of my way and made sure I got them today. So, um, one of my angels is up there looking down, going, so what? You want a star or something for that, Dave? Come on. Okay. All right. It's time to shut up. You know, that's just about the best. Oh, harmonica. I'm just starting to read. I was trying to catch up. What y'all talking about? Oh, y'all talking about me playing. Yeah, wait till I practice a little bit. I mean, I can do some blues riffs and stuff but I just got them back. So, and I got chapped lips a little bit because of smoking too much of this weed tonight or this morning, and I got cotton mouth. Uh, I don't have anything to drink. The drink's in the refrigerator, and but also string. One of the things, the promises I made was, I was going to do just acoustic music just for the hell of it, right? But the strings really are kind of like part of the deal, and so having strings for both of the guitars over here, and new strings for both of my electric guitars, and so I'm going to hook up the um, I got this little a, a friend of mine years ago, younger than me, but still a friend. He came to me. He's Mr. Dave. I need some money. And he said, I got my guitar and amp. And he goes, I paid $200 for it. And he goes, can you give me 150? And I said, well, I don't know if I have 150. I said, quite honestly, because I was a little short on change back then. And he goes, well, how much you got? And I said, well, I got 110 right now in my pocket. And I said, but if you need the other 30, I said, I can arrange it. But, I mean, it's no, no, no. I just need it for a short time. I just didn't want to go to the pawn shop or whatever. And I said, okay. So he gave me this guitar and this little amp, nice little guitar and everything, and amp. And I said, okay. So I never played it or anything. He was going to, because it was a pawn deal, he was going to get his paycheck or whatever and then come pay me and get it back. He never showed up, ever. So a friend of mine that was his friend kind of thing said, well, he had to move out of town. He accepted a job, which was all true. And I knew he was having troubles and he was trying to straighten out. So it was a good move. But, just ended up, I would have kind of liked the money back at the time. But I've sat down with that little amp and it's got all kinds of little twangy thingies on it. Oh my God, Ken, it makes some noise. So It'd be real fun to plug this in with some of this Sunday drive I got right here. I'm so proud I'm still alive. 69 and I can still drive. I'll be making up shit all day long now. You know, my friend the other day, she goes, "Why are you so damn happy about it?" And she goes, "But you're 69, you're almost 70." And I was like, "That's the whole point. I'm here. I made it. Yippee!" you know, Wayne, I made it another year. This is the fall season, so any of y'all, I know I'm crazy, drunk with weed. I got drunk on weed the other night of my birthday. After all these years, I didn't know you could get drunk on weed, but I did it. That's some good. That's some good weed if you can get drunk on it. Yippee! I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Yeah, I got the music. All right, get that song out of my head. It was crazy the other day because I'm crazy and I'm getting old, right? And I honestly have not been pondering this. It's just these little snippets of thoughts will like come, farting through your head, and you go, "What the hell was that?" And you look at it and go, "Well, I don't know. It almost made you cry. But you're getting so old, and your younger days are just gone, and your back hurts all the time, and where honestly several years ago that kind of could have sent me into you know a depression, months or years long, right there, right? And so it came into my head, and instead of being upset about it or like, "Oh, the old age thing," I was like, "Man, no offense, but fuck this," No, 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 no. you know, I want to be able to remember, and maybe still paddle. Who knows? Um, at at the age of 90, screw this business of I'm 69 and done, or well, I don't know. Well, I am slower, and I do. But so birthday is the holiday, the anniversary. It's the new season. So and the cold weather, this nice weather right now, oh my god, it is absolutely perfect. My feet are just chilled. I mean, I got a shirt on, no fans on, the windows are open. It's like 50 something degrees outside. It is great. So I couldn't be happier, honestly. And to show, hey, Witch Moon. So to and Alexander, did I say hi earlier? Did I miss you? Yeah, I'm drunk on weed. I absolutely am. I am drunk on weed. You hear me? So I've been having a good time, and but today, as I was driving into town and looking out the window and all that kind of stuff, and interacting with folk and kind of and feeling normal. I was like, wow, I ought to do this more often, you know. But there's been obvious reasons I haven't, but I'm kind of I decided to just break that up, right? So having to get my tag and so forth. was the instigator of this, but it was a really good instigation. It was a good kick in the butt for me, right? Going into town now, wait till later. Nah, you can't wait because if you don't get it before your birthday, it's a penalty. It says on the tag, get before your birthday. And today's my birthday. So if I'd waited till today, I'd have been fined for being late. See, so it had to be today. Uh, but the fact that I forced myself into it when I'll just go pull weeds in the front yard. We'll go walk with Duggar. I'll go do this over here. Nah, we got to do this. This is important. So, where in the past I would have let this important date go by, I would have let whatever excuse take it over. And now I've been working on it because I've done this and that. If all I needed was to have that damn radio disconnected so it was really painful when it came on. It hurt real bad, your ears and just yourself. It was difficult. Usually I can tune things out, but that noise that came out of that box when it went crazy and the keys out of the ignition and there's no power in the truck, and it's like going wacko. The demon radio, I swear to God. So, but it had to go. It had to be unplugged before I could drive it any further because of that demon radio. I should not, but it is kind of funny, but it was weird. I mean, no key, no nothing, just off it went, and it was horribly, evilly kind of because it hurt so bad. The noise and how loud it was. But anyway, so I'm over that. But here we go on the other side. So now I got my truck back. Now I got a harmonica. So now Duggar's going to have to get earplugs. He'll have to sit in back from now on if I want to play or something. Now that's just funny to me. But so for me, happy birthday. Thank you all of you for showing up and being here on the channel. You all have been very good friends, and I treasure that. I do. When I get done here, I'll be doing this number and having my little weepy thingy here going on. But I think it's important because I really do appreciate y'all, and and I don't mean this rudely. I've never asked for anything, right? And because I don't want to unless it was necessary. But to the point, though, but to have received things. Now, for those of you who's caught up, there's a box of stuff over here. Cheers, Alexander. There's a box of stuff over here that y'all sent me for my birthday. Now, tomorrow night, I'm going to open it and see whatever's inside of it. And I said I would share it. Time for work. You have a great day too, Ian. Thank you. Love you, brothers. And adore. Thank you, Witch Moon. But in the long run of everything, I hope we all have this next year, and I say it from here, okay, but in this next year, the next season, I hope this season's good for us. I really do. There are a lot of hurdles and things, but um, I'll mention this along with the talk about the solar panels and the batteries and learning to do with less and still being okay. We had this conversation earlier, um, and it was about, oh, I think it was Robert last night. We were talking about it. That when we were poor, we were lucky, and now I was lucky that we weren't that poor, but there were a lot of things we did do without because we didn't have a lot of money. And for me, when I was 13 years old, I had to join the carnival in the summer, and that's how I got up here to Georgia and Alabama and around up here at such an early age. 13 years old, and in South Georgia on the carnival, right? So, that's 1963, 4. when I went. So, but so that was so that I could earn money to buy my school clothes to go to Tampa Catholic. So they said, we're not buying your school clothes. If you want to go to Tampa Catholic and we'll pay, because they had to pay tuition, then you got to buy your own shoes. You got to buy your own clothes. If you're going to play football, you got to buy your own football stuff. You got to pay for it. And I said, okay. So at the age of 13, I made a decision and went to work on the carnival in the summertime. And so I made enough money over the summertime to buy my clothes and do all the things that I needed to do. And then when the carnival got back to Tampa, of course, we could make money, working the show then for, in October and Halloween and into early November. Um, so yeah, so we had the opportunity to make some money working on the car as carnies. Even at a 13-year-old, I could run the train or something like that. I was pretty reliable, right? So, and new mechanics at the age of 14, I'm 13 and 14, I'm setting up and tearing down rides better than an adult could because I knew how to do it. They showed me a couple of times that I said, okay, and this is where it all went in the truck, and this is how we all put it up. And, uh, so I tore down the kiddie ride trucks and the kiddie rides, the Hamiltons with the boats or the motorcycles or whatever, and the little umbrella rides, right? That's what I'm talking about. We had two of those and a train ride. And as a young kid, it was my job as a ramrod to tear down the kiddie rides. Well, it was a whole lot more complicated than you think. So, and at 1 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning, when you've worked all evening long and that day to getting ready, to tear down the rides and be done before sunrise, then you had to go to the next spot and set it back up again. So the life of Carney, but to that point though, I learned a lot way back when I was, most kids are, just playing video games kind of thing. I was the foreman of the kiddie rides, and I knew how to do it. I set them up. We did a good job, but some people had the opportunity at a young age to be more than they were, and they decided to just be lazy or whatever. And I'm glad I went off on the carney. So, but my friends, thank you. I'm out of fluids and I got to pee, and the cats are outside screaming at me to feed them. I'm not sure if I fed them. When I took that nap, it kind of disrupted. Did I feed the cats? I feed them several times through the day, so it's not like they're starving. But it being, almost 5 o'clock in the morning, they're probably like, I see the lights on. He's moving in there. So if I pull on the window long enough, he'll bring food out. And they're right. So I love you all, Fox, Alexander, 444. Yep. So cheers, everybody. I really do appreciate you. So you all have a good day and a good weekend. I'll catch up with y'all later. Thank you so much. And I guess, you know, in doing this, like, well, of course he got on and did a video on his birthday so he can get everybody to give him a. I really, I was like, nah, this can't be that way because I don't feel that way. I mean, I appreciate it, but I didn't, that's not my motivation. But to be able to, spend a little time with y'all this morning, that's just going to make my day even better. I hadn't really planned on that. I just wanted to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I really do mean it. So you all have a great Friday and a great weekend and be safe wherever you are, honestly. My friends are going to come pick me up and they're going to take me out. And they're couple of places I wanted to go to eat. They were going to take me for my birthday, for a birthday dinner, lunch, something. And the places I really want to go were closed. So tomorrow I was like, well, where do you want to go? Well, I really like IHOP. And my friend Marcia and I, who you've heard me talk about her, passed away in February. would go to IHOP. Where you want to go for your birthday? Well, of all the other places, IHOP, because there are certain things there that yum. So, okay. And so that'll kind of mean that she's with me too if we go to IHOP, because that's haven't been really. My sister and I went to IHOP on our trip, but Marcia and I used to go once a month or so. And I miss that going out there with her. And, so this will be a good opportunity to, you know, think of Marcia but, quote, celebrate my birthday. Um, but actually, it's just an excuse to go to IHOP when no one need have excuse to go to IHOP. For me, it's the steak and cheese omelet. And, Marcia would say all the time, why'd you get the same thing? And I said, because I only come once in a while and it's so good. Well, what about this and this? Well, I'll get that and take it home and eat it as a side dish. But when I get there, I want that steak and egg cheese thingy, the omelet, and I want syrup and the pancakes on the side. Yes. Now I know I'm not going to eat it all, but I'm going to eat about half of it, and then the rest of it I'm taking home, and I will eat it later on, like the next morning for breakfast, and go yum yum. Yeah, but there's something about the consistency of it. Why'd you get the same thing? Because it tasted damn good. So, but anyway, haven't had one in a while, so it'd be nice. So, is it a birthday treat? Nah, it's just a damn excuse. But thank you all. I'm looking forward to another year. So let's be friends for another year and see where this takes us. Let's be gracious. Continue to be gracious to one another. Continue to be optimistic, even when the shit hits the fan and go, well, it could be worse. And then sure enough, it got worse. No, but let's not think that way. We'll just go ahead and we'll take the good with the bad and we'll take the bad with the good, bad, and the ugly, and the fugly, and the mugly. And, yeah, we'll take it with whatever we need. And we won't blame it on God. We'll blame it on the damn aliens that are trying to screw us over and leave it at that, because somebody said something. And it was in one of the um, anime things I was listening to, and it had something to do with angels and demons or something, right? Okay. So this says, look at what happened to this person. Well, and the other was like, well, what do you think it was? Well, no human would do this. And that's pretty much it. So the things that are really wacko going on sometimes, we have to actually think, were these humans really, or does some, maybe they really did get inhabited by an evil spirit, or some other entity, or as we know, from many different other ways, there's I can't think of the word right now. It's when they call you up and all of a sudden you wake up and you're somebody else. So that technology's been out there. So, can that be happening? Absolute Manchurian candidate. That's the name of the one. So, my friends, be safe, be kind. And, if we can just keep doing that, we can't fail in the universe, because when we leave this earth, it's going to be what matters, the things that we did good and the intent within our heart, because none of the rest of it's going to matter. So be safe and be proud of that. I am. Let's work out for another year. So, my friends, I love you. Cheers. I continue to pray, and I mean it each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And every time I put my 2 feet down on the ground, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your friends and relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom and the many, many blessings from the universe. Man, it's just so cool out there. But anyway, and in that law of three that honestly just tickles me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And I do mean that from the bottom of my heart and the tops of my, tiny little head. And that I also, as that little addendum, and that you continue to reject those things that don't fit right in your life. And don't fret it, just forget it. Pearl, thank you so much for hanging out. Michelle, Cosmic Hugs. I mean it. We'll play some music and whatever. So y'all have a great day. Please be safe. Alexander, Fox, Ian, way up there, and anybody else that's hanging out in the background. So much till next time. Be safe. I'm going to take a nap. Bye bye, y'all. Oh, Ween. Thank you, Bob, by the way. Ween, and cheers, everybody. Till next time. Be safe, okay? Witch Moon, good night. Fox, Michelle, Delaney, Alexander. Okay, if I missed anybody, cosmic tugs, okay? Till next time, be safe. Honestly, be safe. Take care.